Warning: the following video contains content that may not be suitable for all audiences. What you're about to hear and see in this film, some may find disturbing, disrespectful, and/or blasphemous. The use of profanity and derogatory verbal imagery will be used in segments of this video to describe personal experiences, hardships, and opinions. Viewer discretion is advised. This is going to be a complete breakdown of Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny. You don't need to know anything about the first game to be able to understand the second game. Break down the game as genuine as possible. I'm not here to glaze the game. I'm not here to sell you a fucking documentary on the game where people break down the fucking wikis, the glitches, the exploits of the game. That's not the point. The point of these review videos are to be breaking down games as genuine as possible. I'm not here to do a documentary on a game, okay? That's not my point. That's not the point. The point is to break down the game. I've never played Onimusha 2, right? I played the first game a while back, and at the time I wasn't really doing videos on games. So turns out that, you know, here we are. You don't need to know anything about the franchise. You don't need to know anything about Onimusha 1. This game is kind of its own little thing. I'm just gonna be genuine as possible, and because of that, there's a high possibility I'm gonna trigger a lot of people. That's completely okay. You know, if you get triggered off this video, that's good. But look, that's not the point. The point is not to trigger people. The point is to, you know, be genuine. Hopefully you enjoy the video. This is gonna be a breakdown. This is gonna be my takes, okay? We dive right into this. For the sake of this video, I'm gonna have a death tracker. I'm actually curious how many times I died. So I made the mistake. I decided to play Onimusha 2 on the hard difficulty, and I was expecting a challenge, but nothing like what it threw at me. And this is not even the hardest difficulty, and it was a massive struggle. It kind of reminded me of how Dark Souls was, right? The experience, right? You died, you died, you died. I died a lot, so I was expecting a challenge, but nothing like what I experienced. Let's break this down. So it starts off with this little like art slideshow, right? So it sets a good tone for like the game. Let's just watch this slideshow, and so that we can like go through the game, right?
In 1560, Lord Nobunaga Oda defeated Yoshimoto Imagawa in Okehazama.
Essentially, Lord Nobunaga defeated like this rival of his, right?
Soon after his victory, Nobunaga fell to a fatal arrow, which pierced his throat.
So Nobunaga gets shot in the throat.
However, Nobunaga was far from finished. With the help of the demons, he rose from the dead. The demons began to rampage, slaughtering innocent villagers. Then, a young warrior, Samanosuke Akechi, stood up and defeated the Demon King.
So yeah, this right here is kind of just going over the first game. This is literally the whole first game. You're not missing anything. It's really not much. Nobunaga rose from the dead with the help of the demons. The demons resurrected him. Samanosuke is the guy that you play in the first game. He carries the whole game, and he defeats the Demon King. He essentially kills Nobunaga.
A few years later, his strength restored. Nobunaga was set to conquer the entire country.
So a couple years passed by, and Nobunaga, so he regained his strength. He wants to finish what he started. This section right here, they didn't have to do this. They didn't have to go through this, but let's watch. Okay, so you see a snake, right? So to this moment, I still kind of don't even know what that means. After having finished the game, that whole snake and him caressing the snake, I still don't understand. But let's watch. So, Yagu village. Got the baby, got the wife. They're playing with this little toy right here. You see, like they're playing with this little toy. Arrow hits the village. And then there's just a bunch of flaming arrows coming down on the village. Bunch of dudes, fucking horses come in, start killing everybody in their way. Dude gets speared in the back. Oh my god, gets dragged like a Swiffer, what is that thing? You know those, one of those, dude, he gets Swiffered. He gets Swiffered, bro. Soldiers come in, they're stampeding through everything, right? Dude gets speared in the back, right? That's where you think it's gonna stop, right? Like, oh, this dude just got speared in the back. He's fucking dead. They're just gonna keep on rampaging. They're gonna just keep on demolishing and ransacking the village, right? Dude gets impaled. He gets impaled and dragged along like a Swiffer broom, man. You know those Swiffer brooms that you see in the commercials? Like this guy over here he's cleaning up the village. He's cleaning up the streets to this village. Crazy. So already off to a crazy start, right? Village getting ransacked, villagers getting slaughtered. It's crazy so far. Dude fights back, doesn't stand a chance. Has this like weird, what is this? Like this gardener tool, you know, like the hoe for the gardener. Not like the hoe the woman, but the hoe the like for the gardening, right? Like he has this like rake. Like he has this chained up nunchuck rake. So how is this guy gonna stand a chance? He knocks one of them down, chains him up, doesn't matter. Dude gets shot in the back, right? He just completely gets destroyed in the back. So he chains up this soldier, and it looks like he's gonna actually end up like killing one of them, right? But doesn't stand a chance. Gets shot in the back by a flaming arrow, instantaneously dies, right? And then we have this instance right here. One of the soldiers on the back of the horse ends up shooting the arrow. Alright, I don't know, like, let me break down this frame real quick. Okay, what's going through this guy's head right here? He's like, I gotta burn down this village, right? He's like, we gotta burn down this village, we gotta murder and slaughter all these people. Shoots an arrow at a building, right? Set the building on fire. And then we have this shot of a blade come down and cut the arrow in half. And the arrow is still implanted into the fucking building. This building's gonna fucking burn down, right? This building completely gonna burn down. She cuts off the end of the arrow like it's gonna do something, like she's fucking accomplished something. You see this? Like, I stopped what you wanted to accomplish. I mean, it doesn't look like it, right? This place still burning down. That arrow's still implanted into that building. That building, if this arrow doesn't get taken care of, this building is gonna come the fuck down. Is this a dude? Oh, that's a dude. I think that might be a dude. He has this these two blades. He attaches them on the opposite ends of each other, and he's ready to go to battle, right? He ends up tossing it like a boomerang, right? Like a frisbee, goes flying across the map, ends up hitting some dude on the fucking neck, right? Ends up hitting this samurai in the neck. Does it matter though? Dude gets up. Okay, this is what I don't understand, right? Like, what's up with the tongue action? Like, what's going on with this tongue action going on? Like, you get hit in the neck. So the samurai gets hit in the neck by this blade, right? That's like a frisbee. Gets up and he's like, oh shit, like this dude's we're like, whoa, this dude's, he's immortal, like he can't die, right? He's immortal. And then he gets up and then he sticks out his tongue. Don't really know what's going on here, right? Like, what's the point of this? Oh, then you see he uses his tongue to remove the blade from the back of his neck. He ends up using his tongue to toss the blade back at the guy. That's fucking crazy, right? Like, nobody does this shit. Like, this is some crazy shit right here. Like, so when he pulls out his tongue, you're like, well, is this getting sexual? What's up with this whole like tongue thing going on? He ends up, pulling his tongue to the back, holds onto the blade, tosses the blade with the tongue, and the dude gets fucking killed. Nobody here like has died to this shit. Like dude, you know how crazy it is like to die to this type of shit right here? Like, to get killed in this like predicament, the way this guy just got killed, that doesn't happen every day. Like, this dude died a crazy death. Like, he has a story in the afterlife, like, oh, I just got killed by this demon. I chucked my blade at him, right? Chucked my special blade at him, ended up killing him, or I thought I killed him. Dude fucking gets up, busts out this long tongue, grabs a hold of the blade from the back of his neck with his tongue, and ends up tossing it with his tongue at me and ends up fucking killing me. It's a crazy ass backstory in the afterlife. He gets hit so hard that he hits the back of this like barn or door, like the back of this wall or door. His bracelet ends up breaking, like kind of exploding, and all the beads go flying everywhere. This is so if the blade to the neck wasn't enough, this fucker has aim. That samurai dude has some pretty crazy aim. If the blade to the neck wasn't enough, they shoot like 7 more flaming arrows into him. Crazy, man. Crazy, bro. And then we have this next scene here where we kind of open up and there's these horses kind of riding off, and then we have this guy over here being fucking dragged on the ground, right? Yeah, he's like being dragged on the backside of the horses. All right, and then we have this. It looks like we have this mom kind of running away with her baby in her hands, and the samurai right behind her, right? These zombie samurais are right behind her. I don't know what happens to her though. Like, I'm not sure if she survives or not, but looks like she might have gone stampede. They cut to this next guy getting fucking killed here. Another dude getting shot in the back by an arrow. And then we have just a bunch of people getting fucking murdered and stampede and killed, and the samurai they're destroying everything in their path. And then we have this shot of Nobunaga coming to the village, and he's just burning in the background with a blood moon in the background as well. Nobunaga, he looks sick. This dude looks like he's a zombie himself, right? So obviously these people are fucking evil, right? Like these guys are not the good guys. So then we cut back to the snake, right? The snake kind of comes out of his armor and ends up running across his face here, right? Grabs it, and then we have the toy. Remember that toy from the mom and the baby, right? We have this toy, and the snake is playing with the toy. The snake breaks the toy. A bunch of flames. Boom, Onimusha 2 Samurai Destiny. Okay, I mean, I guess they use the snake. I guess the whole thing with the snake is that they're using the snake as like kind of like a reference, right? Like, oh, the snakes are poisonous and evil. Nobunaga, just like the snake, right? Fucking poisonous and evil, right? Next, we cut to this next scene where everything fucking changes. The vibe changes and there's more color. Let's see. And then we cut to this bald fat dude, right? That's an alcoholic. Then we have a zip line, and then we have this ninja. Then we have this guy, the ninja. Ends up riding this fish down the side of the building. And then we have this other guy riding a boat, and he has a gun, or he has guns. So this is kind of like a massive, this is kind of like a huge, mood change, right? Like we went from like death and mutilation to a bunch of people kind of like exploring, drinking, and having these like adventure, and the mood has changed. You got flowers blooming in the background, you got this naked chick bathing in a waterfall. It doesn't get any more sexier than that, right? And then it pans to this, crystal ball that she has as a necklace, right? Big part of the story. We'll get there when we get there. Turns out she's not only sexy, she's a fucking warrior, or like a ninja, or like a warrior, sexy as fuck.
She slices all these She slices. Wait, hold up. Let's go back real quick. And she ends up like, you know, slashing the water, and bubbles are everywhere. Obviously, like she's a badass or something, right? 'Cause she's fucking cutting up water, and somehow like that's a difficult thing, right? And then we do this like interesting shot where we go from a bubble to this dude's eye. He's just on this casual jog, right? He's on this casual sprint in this forest. Looks like a storm's coming around, and he's just booking it, right? He's just running. He's just running. So Jubei is that guy. And Jubei, he's the protagonist to this game, right? He heard of a demon attack on his village, his hometown, and he had this like ominous feeling in his heart. So he desperately raced back to his house. So then we get these shots of the crow, got bodies on the floor. We got the crows picking at the bodies. It looks like Jubei's family or hometown has gotten murdered. So it seems like he knows these guys by their name, right? So obviously Jubei, he knows these people, and they're dead.
Who did this? Who's there?
Jubei, come to me, Jubei.
Who's there? So you have this like whispering in the wind, right? Someone's chanting out Jubei, Jubei, Jubei. You can't play this game with a keyboard. You have to play this game with a controller. On PC, you have to play this game with a controller. It's almost impossible to play with the keyboard. So, you know, I just was figuring out the controllings. You know, you move forward, you go down, you end up meeting up with this guy that's barely clinching on, barely survived, and he has like a couple arrows implanted in him. He's just shuffling by, like he's barely alive at this moment.
Master Jubei! Yasuke! You come back. You grow so strong. Are you alright? What happened? Go. You need to get out of here. Right there. Hey! Who did this? Still.
Jesus.
Yasuke! Yasuke!
This guy knows Jubei, right? Master Jubei. So obviously Jubei knows this guy. He's barely holding on with whatever life force he has left. You've come back. You've grown so strong. So it seems like Jubei, he's been gone for a very long time from this village. This guy hasn't seen Jubei in a long time. Go, you need to get out of here, hurry. And then next thing you know, and this dude's, you know, he's implanted with arrows and all that. Next thing you know, boom, he gets speared in the back. You see that shit? He didn't get arrowed in the back. He got speared in the back. Yasuke. Dude, he's not living after. That dude's crippled for life, man. You see how deep that blade is in his back? Dead on his spine. You know how many bones that breaks? He probably got to his heart, man. That dude's dead. So Jubei here gets ambushed by like a couple of zombie samurai soldiers, right?
You're the ones who attacked here?
The silent treatment, right? Nothing. They don't tell you anything.
For whom are you working? I won't forgive you.
I won't forgive you.
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself. And this is kind of where you get to learn a little bit of the game. You get to learn about the combat of the game. You can practice a little bit. There wasn't any like the tutorial. There wasn't really a good tutorial. So yeah, just like in the first Onimusha, you get to save your game on these like these kind of like sacred totems. You get to save and enhance your weapons. that's essentially it. Like, you progress through the game auto saves here and there, just like you can have like up to 20 saves at one time, and it's just there for just in case you get stuck, like if you don't have enough resources or anything, you can kind of go back and play the game. So my first death, right? So you get past this first part, you end up moving forward, and you get to this other section here where you end up passing a small bridge over a river, over a small river, and then you can end up fighting these other samurais here. There's a box that's just kind of there that you can end up looting. So the thing with this, the combat in the game, they don't really do a good job with the tutorial in the game. You'll end up seeing me do like counter hits and everything, like counter strikes or counter attacks. And the thing is that the timing for these the counter attacks they're not fucking reliable for the most part. There's certain attacks where you can reliably kind of like get the counter attack in and do a lot of damage, but for the most part, there are a lot of attacks where to actually time the counter attack at the right time is extremely difficult, right? In order for you to land a counter attack, you have to press the attack button at the perfect time when the enemy attacks you, right? And the thing is that each attack has like, I guess, like a different like time sequence. So certain attacks are easier to get the counter attack off, and certain attacks are just seem like almost impossible to get the counter attack in. Also, I read online that you can get a counter attack in through blocking, but I could never get that to actually work. Like, I could never actually get a counter attack to work while trying to block, but it's whatever. So the thing is that I feel like the tutorial system for this game, like there is a kind of like there is like a small curve. If you're playing on the harder difficulty, there is a small curve with actually getting good in the game. You can't button smash throughout the enemies. You kind of have to pace and do your timing the right way. Later on throughout the game, it gets a little like quite difficult. The enemies are quite difficult. You take care of these guys, you end up moving forward, you go through this door. That's kind of crazy, right? There's like this random door in the middle of the forest. That's kind of weird, right? Like, there's a random door in an empty forest that when you open leads you to just a different section of the empty forest. I guess the bamboo is used as a wall, I guess. It's just whatever. Really makes no sense, but we're playing a video game, right? It's just whatever. We get to the next section, right? And there's like this pool of water and a bunch of stones end up popping up. There's like this hidden door that opens up on the side of this rock. You're obviously supposed to go through there, right? So the thing is that also, like, throughout the game, like sporadically through these boxes, they'll put in like healing equipment, they'll give you like herbs, they give you medicine, and they'll give you a bunch of maps. I feel like the whole map thing wasn't really necessary. So in order for you to get the map for the game, you have to find the map to actually be able to see the area. So you'll end up finding a box and you'll be like, oh cool, I can get like some healing equipment, but then you'll end up picking up the map to the location, and you're like, I don't really even need this because the game is very one directional. So it's just really unnecessary to put in to give us the maps as lootable items. It was very lackluster. And then you go off to the side here, and then you see like there's like this dragon shrine with glowing blue eyes. We'll come back here. This is used to progress through the main quest, and we're not really quite there yet. So we're gonna have to jump through this body of water here with the stones and go into the side of this rock here into this like cave. We move to this cave here, and then we see like this statue, like this glowing red statue down this cave that you can't really interact with just yet. They had these statues in the first game where you can kind of loot like these red orbs so that you can upgrade your weapons, but as of right now we can't do that. There's a bunch of steam in this cave. There's another door within the cave here that's like Asian style, looks like kind of ceremonial, right? So we go through the door, and there's like this other big pool of water, and let's see what happens.
What? A demon woman? You're behind this.
Jubei, the one responsible for burning down Yagyu village is Nobunaga Oda.
What?
Kill him, for he is the real demon.
A demon? What are you talking about?
Defeat the demon, Jubei. Your hand has the power to absorb the souls of demons. Use this power to defeat Nobunaga. Five sacred orbs were created to protect humans from the demons. Charity, faith, honesty, respect, and strength. Gather all the orbs and defeat Nobunaga. You must go to the Dragon Shrine and obtain a hidden power. Then, you may begin your quest in the gold mine in Onimusha.
Who are you?
You can do it, my son.
That's funny. Okay, let's break this down real quick, man. We're gonna break this down. So Jubei goes to the other side of this door, and then there's like this hidden area within this like mountain, right? There where there's like it seems like a shrine, temple shrine with a bunch of like cherry blossom trees onto the side, and there's like this big pool of water, right? Then we get to see there's like this pink mist that comes straight out of the temple, and it looks like it's kind of like flickering with cherry blossoms, right? Like these petals of the cherry blossom tree. And then it transforms into like a female snake deity. It trips Jubei out. He's like, this is a demon woman. He moves forward into like an attack position, and then he gets stun locked. He gets fucking stun locked with like this petal magic, this flower petal magic, and then she keeps on saying Jubei, right? Jubei, Jubei. She ends up telling Jubei the person that's responsible for burning down his village was Nobunaga, right? The fucking demon king that got resurrected. This is where everything kicks off, right? Where Jubei kind of gets his power. Like now we can actually start playing the game. This kicks everything off. She ends up telling him, you gotta kill Nobunaga. And he's still confused. She just starts laughing hysterically. And then she just essentially just doubles down and she's just like, you gotta kill Nobunaga. You don't have a choice. Nobunaga, you gotta kill him, Jubei. So now she essentially bestows upon Jubei the ability to absorb the souls of the demons, right? Like the red orbs, the yellow orbs, so we can upgrade our weapons, so that we can heal, and then we can like use our ultimate. This is what makes Jubei special, right? So how do I feel about this? She bestows this power onto Jubei, and it comes in the form of a marking in his hand, on the palm of his hand. In the first game, it was a gauntlet, right? It was a pretty badass gauntlet. It was a gauntlet that had an eye. It was an orc gauntlet with an eye on it, and it was pretty badass and sick looking. Like, I don't know why the devs made this decision to go in this direction for the second game, but I thought it was kind of unnecessary. Like, they should have just bestowed him another gauntlet. Like, that's the whole thing with the game. I feel like the gauntlet was given to the first protagonist in the first game. I felt like it was a good anchor, and then they just decided to remove that characteristic from the game. They shouldn't have done it. Like, it's very small, don't get me wrong, and most people would be like, and it's not that big of a deal. You know, Jubei, he still can use his fucking hand to absorb the souls so that he can upgrade his weapon and heal and all that shit. But the fact is that in the first game, that's how we did everything. We were given this gauntlet from like the gods, and that gauntlet gave us the power to do everything. And it was from like the ogres. I don't like this. I thought it was kind of a spit in the face, to be honest. I've never played the third game. I've never played the third Onimusha, and I believe there is a fourth Onimusha, and I've never played the fourth Onimusha. But I feel like this was a spit in the face. It's kind of a small thing. We're gonna move forward. And then she ends up saying there's 5 sacred orbs that were created to protect the humans from the demons. Alright, so we figure out that we need to collect these orbs to be able to defeat Nobunaga. So this is completely new to the second game. In the first game, we didn't need the orbs to be able to kill Nobunaga. We have to collect these orbs and bring them together and use their power to fucking kill Nobunaga, right? That's our mission. We gotta collect these orbs. So she tells us we have to go to that dragon shrine that we saw in the back and retrieve a power that's now there. So she tells us after that, we're gonna have to go to a gold mine in Onimusha. So that's our next objective, right? Go back to the dragon shrine, get the power, and then head to this gold mine. Jubei's still tripping out. He's like, who are you? And then she does the cliche, you can do it! From fucking, the Adam Sandler movies. That caught me off guard. That's a funny line. My son. So you're like, okay, when she says my son, and you're like, that's kind of weird, right? Is that figurative speech? Are we like kind of like, is this like a deity just telling us, oh, you're my son? Like everybody here is God's son. So that's what it seems like, right? That's what I mean, she's obviously a fucking like a snake goddess in some form, right? From some form of Asian culture, right? She's a snake goddess. It's kind of put into this frame where it's like figurative speech, right? And then she gives us the charity orb, right? The first orb to the 5 orbs that we need in order for us to kill Nobunaga. And then she gives us the play instructions. So this is kind of like what the fuck, right? So this is something else, man. I don't know. So here's the thing, man. This is a poor implementation of a tutorial, man, to be honest. You have us go through this whole sequence where we're fighting the guy gets stabbed in the back with the spear, and then we fight a whole bunch of different fucking samurais, and then we loot a couple boxes, we move forward, and then you give us the play instructions. I feel like this is just lazy fucking game development, to be honest. Like how they give us the play instructions here. It's just they give it to us in our inventory, and essentially you can just look it over, and it's just a bunch of text describing the controls to the game, right? I feel like a very big thing that most people will miss that is very critical to the game, but is very hard to implement, is the counter-strike attack. They just kind of skim through it for the most part. In order for you to get a counter-strike off, where the opponent has to come at you with an attack, at some point within the attack, you have to hit attack, and then you get a counter attack off, and it does like a massive damage. It does like a critical, right? The thing is that there's some attacks where it's almost impossible to fucking get a critical, and there's some small attacks where it's a little easier to get the critical off, but it's not easy. Like, it's still not easy. I'm not really sure if that changes throughout the difficulties in the game. Like, pretty sure it doesn't. But for the most part, the critical system, I feel like was poorly implemented into the game because it was just so fucking hard to actually get off, like, reliably, predictably. There were instances where I would be deliberately trying to get criticals just to test out the game, just to test out the mechanic, and it just fucking was almost impossible with some attacks. You get like a light attack, and then you get like a charge attack. The charge attack is busted. Like, you sit back, you charge your attack, and it staggers, but your normal attacks don't really stagger as often. Essentially, charge attacks are busted, criticals are busted. So this is where, like, the instructions tell you, like, now you have the ability to absorb souls. You can use these souls to enchant your weapons at the save stations, like at the save totems. Now you can use the souls to upgrade your weapons. And then they tell you, so each blade, right, each magical blade has like a magic attack that you get to use that's pretty powerful. And that's what the blue orbs are for. Blue orbs that you get are used to fill up the magic bar, and then you can use those orbs to use your magic attack. And the yellow orbs are there to heal you. The red orbs are there to upgrade your weapons. And then there's like these big floating purple orbs that are used to, so yeah, use your ultimate and go into like an Onimusha mode, right? You gotta collect those big 5 purple souls, and then you can use your Onimusha mode, your ultimate mode. So that's something else throughout the game. In order for you to learn new like attacks with different weapons, you have to find these books, and then once you find the book, you essentially just unlock the ability to use that like hidden attack. It's something really special. It just allows you to be able to charge your weapon to a higher charge, right? So the thing is that each weapon, you can charge it 3 times. It's locked. So you have to find these books, And then as you find these books, you unlock the ability to charge your weapon like 2 times and then 3 times. You use the kick ability. It's just little small things, right? This wasn't necessary either, to be honest with you. They should have tied that in. Like, instead of giving us the books, they should have just tied it in with upgrading the weapon. But so it's just unnecessary. So that's something else they added to the boxes, right? Because the resources in this game are very limited. Like, the healing resources are like bare minimal. Like I said, I came into this game clean and fresh. I wasn't exploiting anything in the game, and I don't know anything, right? But for the most part, you'll find a box, and then you end up picking up the box, and then it'll have like a book in it or a fucking map, and you're like, this is just complete bullshit, because you're looking for healing resources, because you want healing, right? You want like a healing tool instead of a book or a map. So those are just two things that they should have just given to us separately in a different way, I feel like. The orb thing, so I'm also not sure if this changes throughout the different difficulties, but the yellow orbs that you get in order for it to heal you get cut off drastically the higher the HP you have. So like, let's say you have 50 HP or like 70 HP and you kill an enemy. I feel like I just had no chance to get a yellow orb to heal the full. They cut off the healing orbs if you're kind of healthy. Like, if you're healthy, you're not going to be getting healing orbs. But the lower the health you go, they'll kind of sporadically give you healing orbs. And the only way for you to really get consistently healing orbs is through getting criticals, right? If you land a critical, then you're guaranteed to get the healing afterwards. But the thing is that landing criticals are extremely unreliable, because you have to put yourself in a situation where you're going to get attacked, and you have to time your counterattack perfectly. And each attack has like a different rhythm and and that's the thing. Some attacks just seem almost impossible to fucking get a critical off. I've timed multiple different attacks from different enemies, and there's certain attacks that are a lot easier to get criticals off compared to others. And there's some attacks that just it's impossible to get a critical off, right? So I feel like the whole critical mechanic to the game was kind of poorly implemented, and it was not reliable at all to fucking use as a strategy to actually progress through the game. From my side, it was not a reliable strategy to move forward throughout the game. They really limit the amount of healing that you get in the game through items and through orbs. And the only way for you to reliably get healing through orbs is through criticals, and criticals were just not reliable. It's just a little thing. But I feel like, for the most part, how they limited the healing orbs made the game quite difficult. In a good way, I feel like in a good way. But it was really hard. Like, they really did limit those healing orbs. That made it quite difficult to actually progress to the game. I found myself really holding back on healing a lot of the time throughout the game. Like, there'd be certain bosses where I would actually hold back on using items for healing, because I knew that I would need these items for the fucking main boss, for Nobunaga. So you have to really hold back on the resources. I had to hold back on the resources because I just knew that Nobunaga was gonna be tough as fuck, and I needed these resources. So I could find people getting kind of locked. Like, if you don't manage your resources right in this game, and you're playing on a harder difficulty, you can easily get fucking locked. Like, if you're playing this game on the hard difficulty, and you use all your resources kind of just graciously, you're gonna be fucking locked. You're gonna get hard lock at certain areas and just not fucking be able to progress, because you're gonna find yourself with like no HP. You really have to manage your resources in this game. So you also get like bows and guns. They're used for range. They're not really they're just like an extra thing. They don't really take a lot of damage, but they just give you like some range attack. Like, you end up finding a bow, and then you end up finding a gun, and it just allows you to have the ability to attack from range. But the damage isn't really crazy. So we have to make our way back to that dragon shrine so that we can get that hidden like power. Now you have the ability to like absorb orbs, and you can see like I'm absorbing the souls from that gauntlet in the cave across the map. Got a bunch of guys here attacking. You also can block. So I take care of these guys and I move forward. So I go back to the shrine. We unlock our first real weapon in the game, and it's just like this lightning blade. When we start the game, we first start off with Jubei's normal katana, but it's not magical and it's worthless. So once we get this blade, we ditch that blade completely, and now we use this magical blue blade. That's like a thunder blade. It does like lightning damage. It's pretty badass. Takes a lot of damage, a lot of single target damage. This just tells us about like there was gold that was found in Onimusha, and a bunch of merchants and everybody kind of like just swarmed the place for a chance to mine the gold, and the city just turned into like a mining town. That's essentially it. Let's watch this intro real quick.
Gold! Gold! I found gold! Gold! It's gold! I'm rich! I'm rich! It's gold! I found gold! I'm full of pride! Rich! I'm rich! He's dead! Gold! It's mine! I saw it first! What are you doing? Get away! It's mine!
So this dude ends up finding gold, and it looks like he has a heart attack, right? He's happy that he found gold, and then he just has a heart attack. And Jubei finally arrives at the town.
Hey, sweet thing. Don't you want to serve me a little sake?
And then Jubei looks off to the side, and he ends up seeing like there's like 3 dudes end up harassing this chick.
So you think you're too good for me, huh?
This one guy kind of like raises his hands towards her, and she ends up grabbing the dude's hand in like this, like with some firm grip. And the dude just goes on his knees, and he's just in pain, right?
Let go!
And then it ends up panning to her chest, right? Jubei ends up seeing that she has one of the orbs right in between her boobs, right above her rack.
Let's kill him. We don't have to do this.
So this dude throws a punch, ends up whiffing it. Jubei just kind of like shrugs this guy off, and then Jubei grabs this other dude, throws him, hits the other guy with like this like chop to the dude's chest, drops the dude to his knee. Other guy bum rushes. Jubei just grabs him and tosses him like a used up fucking newspaper. Dude falls to the ground. The other guy that was on one knee ends up saying, "Let's kill him." And Jubei, he ends up grabbing a hold of his sword.
Who do you think you are? How dare you?
The hot chick looks back. She ends up just walking away.
Kill you!
These are all these. Okay, so now it looks like all 3 of these guys just pulled out a blade. They pulled out small knives and are threatening Jubei. One dude fucking lunges, catches the blade to the gut, falls to his knees and to the ground, and the other 2 just fucking run away. So now that we're in this town, and the town has like NPCs around and interacting with the NPCs. They have a bunch of like prostitutes around that just end up talking to Jubei, saying, "Oh, like you're a handsome guy, whatever." And then a bunch of other dudes that are just kind of like a bunch of other guys just chilling around, trying to sell stuff, or they're just deadbeats essentially, right? You end up talking to all these people, and then you have this other chick that kind of like walks down in this slow fashion. It's kind of like a noble chick. She's like a noble woman. Straight in front of the town, there's this like forge, right? In the back of the town, there's like these shops where people are just selling like baskets, and like they're selling just a whole bunch of different things, right? They're selling like mining equipment. And then if you go head back further, you stumble on this horse stable, and you can see like there's a horse. It's just a bunch of people just like kind of lurking around. So you head back to the main area, and off to the side there's like this bar, this shop. Yeah, this is like the shop that's like a restaurant. Has a bunch of tables and can end up talking to the people and see what they're doing. They don't have really nothing interesting to say. And then to the back here, you got like a little save station. So you end up finding this box that has this little thing in it. Not really important. I think this is just for the gifting mechanic. And then you have this like pool of blue essence right here. It's just used to fill up your magic bar. So you move back into the restaurant, you head up the stairs, and you can see like there's this cat chilling. Got a couple more boxes with like a fan. And these items here that they have throughout the game, like this folding fan here. The other thing that we picked up, the Kusu or some shit. I didn't really like the gifting system in the game. I feel like the gifting system was kind of just redundant and wasn't really necessary and held back the game to some extent. So you go back down the restaurant and then you end up leaving the restaurant. There's also another shop here to the side. We'll come back here and I'll show you the second shop that's kind of hidden right here that you can buy like different items. So we move forward, and there's like this forge here. You have to pull this lever, and then get to this station here that's moving up. Move up the station. There's like a bow on the top side of the top side of the forge that you can just pick up and end up using for a range attack. It doesn't take a lot of damage. Just a simple range weapon that you can end up using that you really don't end up using that much because it just doesn't take a lot of damage. So you go back down, you leave the forge, I try to end up fighting these guys, and the thing is that, you know, I'm still learning the mechanics of the game, and I'm using like the default attack, which doesn't really do much because it doesn't stagger, and for the most part, the enemies can block it, and they can kind of like, they can kind of trade with you, like they can end up swinging back at you because the attack doesn't stagger in the middle of your attack. So I end up dying here. And this is on the hard difficulty, so, you know, things are just a little bit harder. So I was kind of stupid here. I ended up using some healing here for a stupid fucking reason. I shouldn't have used any healing here, but I was just starting the game, right? I didn't really know anything. And that's the thing, is that if you don't know anything about the challenges later on, then you can find yourself getting locked. But I made the mistake of using some healing here when I shouldn't have done it. But I didn't know any better since I didn't really understand the challenge that was ahead of me. But I end up conserving more resources as I progress through the game. So you end up picking up this telescope that you use for the gifts, the gift system, right? Not necessarily your companions, but for your like your friends, like these people that you end up meeting. You can end up gifting them, and they'll end up trading items with you back and forth. Sometimes they'll give you like a different item, or sometimes they'll just give you health, or they'll give you like some ammunition. But I feel like the gifting system kind of slowed down the game, and it wasn't really necessary to put in the game. You move your way up this this like little hill here, right? Once you get to the stairs, you end up meeting this guy. He ends up asking if you have a permit, right? And then he's like, I won't allow you to enter the mine unless you have a permit. So now you're kind of like, well, fuck, now I gotta get a permit, right? So you head back all the way down to the town, right? The enemies don't follow you. That's the thing, is that you can kind of skip these enemies. They don't follow you to like the next room over. So once I figured that out, I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna skip these dudes. Like I said, I'm not gonna risk trading with these guys just for more essence, because I didn't want to risk dying, because it was kind of difficult to fight them because I was still learning the game. So I decided to end up skipping those guys. So I ended up skipping them, going back to the town, and I'm just looking around, talking to people, kind of trying to figure everything out. And then I go back into the restaurant, end up seeing like there's like a new character sitting down on this table. So I end up like going up and talking to the guy. And then you see like this spear that's like thrown across the room. Ends up slicing up a pot.
Magoichi, where did you take my girl? How dare you disturb our time together?
That woman gave me the help sign, so I had to break things up between the two of you. Get over it.
What?
Seriously. Who'd want a red bald head like you?
A red bald head? That does it! Outside now!
Huh.
It's a fight! It's a fight! It's a fight! It's a fight!
So now they go outside, right? Let's see.
Prepare yourself, Magoichi! You cheat! Coward!
You are too old-fashioned.
You arrogant fool!
Stop this! Eke Ankakuji is an honorable man, famous with the spear of the Hazoin. Magoichi Saiga is also an honorable man, and is a chief of the Kishu Saiga gun team. But it is dishonorable to fight over such trifle things.
And you are?
Jubei Yagyu, the young chief of the Yagyu clan.
Eh? Then you are the Jubei Yagyu who is master of the blade! It must be fate that three proud warriors meet in such a town. There will be no fight today. Magoichi, take pity on you instead.
So yeah, so now we're kind of like explain the gift system throughout the game. And like I said, it just slowed down the game. I didn't really find it intriguing because it just slowed down the game and you'll just get a bunch of random shit. You'll just end up having like to go back and forth between characters, end up trading items for other gifting items, and then you'll just find yourself going in circles. And then you'll end up getting some shit that's like completely worthless, or you'll get like a small little herb to heal. But it just wasn't really intriguing, even though you have to use it because this game holds back items a lot, and so you need everything that you need to like kind of move forward. So the fat bald dude is named Eki, and the dude with the gun is named Saiga, right? Eki likes just anything with having to do with food or alcohol. Saiga just likes anything having to do with like books, kind of like self-improvement, I think. So, you know, I end up just messing around here and I end up like trying to figure out the whole gifting system, right? But you don't really get anything crazy. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. I'm still looking for a permit to get into the mine because that's where I'm supposed to go in order for me to get the next orb to move forward with the main game. I end up looking at this chick here, the noble woman walking down. You can end up seeing her face or whatever. You can end up talking to these guys on the side over here, and then I'm telling you that there's like some dude upstairs at the restaurant, right? You know, I go back to the restaurant, I head up upstairs, and I end up meeting this guy.
He's here! Get up, boy! Give us back the wallet! We told you to get up! Did you hear me? Oh!
The wallet? Well, I gave it back to the owner.
What?
Follow the leader, monkey men. Keep up!
Wait! You little brat! You're dead! Get out! Wait!
That was fun.
I'm gonna kill you! Ow! 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 Ow!
Anyone else would have killed them.
So Jubei comes around, ends up saving the day, and ends up taking out 4 dudes, right?
Thanks, Jubei Yagyu.
How do you know my name?
I observed you while you walked away from Yagyu village after it had been burnt down.
Who are you?
Worthless bastard, man.
Taro
You
Fuma.
walk away
I see.
from a...
You are a chief ninja working for the Hojo clan. Why did you come here?
I'm here because of a certain Oda clan leader.
You are scouting. Then you shouldn't play pranks.
What?
A man who shows off too much will be caught someday.
That's none of your business.
Okay, so this guy, he ends up booking it back to the top of the restaurant, right? So the ninja kid, he's another guy that you can end up using gifts with. And he likes anything having to do with like traveling, like anything having to do with different nations. like anything having to do with Europe or like some classical thing, right? So you end up going up there and talking to him, and you can see that the cat's still there chilling. And there's like this dude resting outside. There's like some dude upstairs just passed out and just laying down outside in the sun. That was pretty funny. That's it. Like, you can just trade with these guys. They're all fucking worthless though. That's the thing, is that all these guys here, they'll help you out occasionally throughout the game, but for the most part they're all just like they're all just worthless, to be honest. Like, they were just kind of like a small secondary form of help that really just didn't do much. That's from my experience. But so I'm still trying to figure out, like, okay, where am I supposed to get this permit, right? I'm still looking for the permit to get into the mine. Okay, so then I find out that there's a second store off to the side over here, and I go into the store, and then you can end up talking to these people. They really have nothing crazy to say. And then they have this little shopkeeper here that you can buy more gifts from. So this shopkeeper here, you can just buy a whole bunch of different things that are gifts, so that you can end up trading them with your allies, right? Then you got like you have a dog back here. I do figure out that in the back of the restaurant here, onto the left side, there's this dude, and he ends up selling you a permit. So I end up heading back to the mine. Talk to the dude, and he's like, you have a permit, right? You show him the permit. Now you have access to the mine.
You can go in.
Jubei can just straight up kill this dude. I don't know, like, why this dude's even standing in the way. You got samurais over here, like, wandering outside as well. Right before we go into the mine, we get to see this that end up happening. A couple guys run out and they're screaming, monsters in the mine shaft, right?
I went in there. I tried to stop her, but
What?
They end up saying that a chick with armor ended up heading into the mine. So we assume it's that hot chick that was getting harassed by those guys, right? So now we go into the mine. Off to the side, there's a couple chests, a little puzzle to solve. So you go deeper in the mine, and then you meet Ike. You end up meeting Ike down in the mine. So he somehow beat you into the mine from the restaurant, right? So it's okay. So this guy, I don't know how the hell he got here so quick, but he ended up beating us to the mine. He just says this line, I want to see what all the hubbub was about. And he's just worthless as of right now. He doesn't do anything. He's just chilling here, I guess. Also throughout the mine, there's like gold all through the floors, kind of sprinkled throughout the whole entire mine. There's literally gold just everywhere. So you'll just accumulate a bunch of money in this place. Also, the enemies end up dropping gold as well. We end up moving forward deeper into the mine. So then we finally confront a couple other demons. You got these like 4 lizard dudes. You got these 4 like green lizard dudes with like these old Chinese kind of hats with a feather at the top, and they're all holding a samurai sword. And I like the design to these guys. You see, like these guys here, like the design to these guys was kind of spot on. Also, I like the design to the samurais as well. The design to the samurais were perfect. The design of these lizard guys as well, with the long mouth. They have the samurai swords. You get the hat. The hat adds a good kind of like aesthetic, an Asian aesthetic. It's a unique design. I like it. It's very demonous. It's like very old school demon style, right? It just gives a very good like Japanese style to it, right? The whole design is they stay true. They stay true to the Japanese demon style, right? I like that. It's cool. It's a very good aesthetic. I like the design. So we move forward, right? We take care of these guys. You can see Ike chilling at the top here. Like, this guy, how the hell did he get here, right? Like, how the hell did he move that fast to beat us to this location and then be on top of this, like, these pillars in the holding up the cave? It's fucking crazy, right? We move deeper into the mine, and we meet up with a couple of our friends. Let's see what's going on.
I'm here to help you, Jubei. Eke, what are you doing? Don't you have any sense of justice?
Justice? Huh? Jubei hasn't done anything for me.
Fine.
Oh no! My drink!
See that Saiga is kind of pissed off with Ike here. Saiga ends up shooting a bottle out of Ike's hand because he's an alcoholic. Ike is a drunk, right? He loves that alcohol. So now Saiga, he's gonna be helping us out for a bit, right? So we end up progressing. This is where I kind of learned that I shouldn't be really normal attacking. I should be using my charge attack because it staggers the enemies, right? That's something that took me a little while to figure out, was that the charge attacks are really where the money's at. Like, you want to be blocking and then using your charge attack to move forward with the enemies because it staggers them. They can't get those hits in when they're staggered. So once we take care of these guys in this area here, we end up having another chat, right? Let's see what happens.
It seems that we've cleaned up here. They were nothing.
Please, help us! My daughter was kidnapped by monsters.
Wait, did you say daughter? Ugh. So, is your daughter pretty?
Oh, of course. I think she is the most beautiful girl in the world.
Great! I shall bring her back to you. Tell me, where did the monsters go?
That way.
Now this is justice.
Eke. He's always getting into trouble.
Alright, so now, like, Ike, he's motivated to, like, actually fight now to rescue that guy's daughter because he wants to, like, hook up, right? He wants to hook up with this, the dude's daughter for some reason. Also, throughout the game, there's, like, a bunch of lore, essentially. Like, there's just a bunch of, like, different forms of text that you can read that just informs you a little bit more on the game. So then we end up seeing that there's this other shrine, right? Let's see what Jubei does. Jubei puts his hand in, and he like unlocks like another weapon, another like magical weapon, and this time it's a spear, right? This spear was pretty cool to use. It had good range and attacked pretty fast, and its special attack was like essentially you just freeze the enemies. It was pretty cool, and then you can like shatter their bodies. And it doesn't work on like bosses or anything, or if an enemy has a lot of HP, it doesn't work on that. It takes damage, and if the damage is fatal, it freezes them. It doesn't freeze the boss, so it's still useful in some way. So we move forward to the cave system here, end up fighting a whole bunch of more demons. We move forward, and then I die again, right? I die again, and then we meet up with these guys again.
Makoichi, you fool! I won't forgive you! Ugh.
Stop each of you. You're like children. Eke, have you found the daughter?
Not yet.
So Ike and Saiga are fighting because Ike is pissed off that because of the alcohol thing, right? He broke his bottle, or Eke.
Then why are you wasting time?
I have to settle this first. I dream of becoming a feudal lord.
Eke, he ends up saying that his dream is to become a feudal lord, right? And he'll do fucking anything to become a feudal lord, right? So that's his fucking inspiring dream. It's whatever, right?
I'd do anything to make it happen. Anything.
Even serve Nobunaga.
Yes.
And then Jubei ends up saying, even to serve Nobunaga. And fucking Ike says yes. So, let me get this straight. So, like, if I was Jubei here, I'd just kill this dude here right now. Man, I would just fucking kill Ike right now. There's no point to have this dude around if he literally is just gonna betray you in the end, right? He literally just told you that his dream is to become a feudal lord. If he has to serve Nobunaga to fucking achieve that, he will do it. So, this dude ain't your friend. Like, his directive, his goal in life is just to become a fucking lord no matter what, regardless of morality, right? So, if I was Jubei here and I heard this shit, I would just kill this dude. I wouldn't even bargain with it. In this circumstance, in this world, yeah, I'd just kill this dude. I'd kill Ike right here.
The point is, Makoichi laughed at my dream.
I laughed because it's silly.
Saiga ends up like laughing at his dream, and that's the reason why he's pissed off.
Jubei, what's your dream?
I don't have a dream. I will kill Nobunaga.
Jubei tells him, I don't have a dream. He said he's saying that I will kill Nobunaga.
Another man possessed by a vengeful ghost.
A vengeful ghost? What do you mean? Magoichi!
We're confronted with this like locked pathway here by this like demon, like this demon lock, right? This magical demon lock that's shaded blue. So throughout the game, there's gonna be these pathways that are kind of locked, and they're gonna have different colors, and it's just those colors are corresponding to the unique magical weapons that Jubei ends up finding, right? This is kind of like a blue. You end up attacking it with the ice spear, and it ends up unlocking the pathway. And now we find this we find a little bit of medicine, and then we have this other save station. And then now we're confronted with like this locked pathway here that has a little hole on it, and the hole says charity. You put the charity orb in the hole, and it unlocks the pathway, right? Now that you unlock this pathway, let's see what happens.
What do you think you are doing? How dare you invade my territory? Just a little human! Why did you come here?
I'm looking for a woman. I have no quarrel with you.
Who do you think you're talking to? Do you think you're equal to one from the demon clan?
Not equal. Better.
You amuse me, little man. I will enjoy killing you.
So this is our first boss battle, right? And man, this shit caught me off guard. So this is the first really big challenge in the game. But let's go over like what's going on here. So Jubei enters this other section here that's like filled with the steam powered mining equipment. It's kind of all over the place, and it's just, you got things turning around, you got steam going off, and then you have like things pivoting in the background, right? This is obviously kind of like some like mining forge facility that is kind of set up, and I guess the demons are kind of like mining the gold. I don't know why they would be doing that. It seems like that this guy here is like kind of mining the gold, or maybe the people were mining the gold. Who knows, right? Like maybe this was this was all set up by like some villager or something. But that's not really apparent as of right now. But somebody here set this up, and it looks like it's some form of forge. Yeah, it looks like to be a processing plant, right? So this is like a processing plant. It looks like there's like gold kind of being smelted on the side here. So this looks like to be a facility for like forging and like processing gold. So who knows who set this up though? We don't know if this demon set it up or the humans set it up. And then Jubei ends up confronting this big like four-legged demon that kind of looks like it just looks like an abomination, right? He literally looks like an abomination. So you can see that like he has 4 legs, and he has his torso, and he's holding like this scythe. He's holding this long metal scythe. He has like something on his head too that looks like a gear. When I first saw his that thing coming out of his head there, I thought of the Valve guy. Like, you know, the Valve guy with the gear in the back of the head. It kind of reminded me of that, but I still don't know what that is. This is at some angles it looks like a flower, and at some angles it looks like a turning knob, but I don't know what that is. So we're confronted with this guy. The demon's like, "Why did you invade my territory?" The demon somehow forging the gold, right? I don't even know how this guy can even like kind of manage this area. So somehow the demon he's in control of this forge. I don't even know what the demons will be using gold for, right? Who knows? They're making like equipment or something. Jubei ends up saying, "I don't want to have any problems with you. I'm looking for a woman that ended up passing by here." And then the demon ends up saying, "Who do you think you're talking to? Do you think you're equal to me?" And Jubei is like, "No, I'm better." Jubei's obviously ready to scrap, right? So this is the first boss battle. Yeah, with these boss fights, it's very similar to kind of Dark Souls in my opinion, right? Or it's very similar to any real boss fight. The whole Dark Souls mechanic thing of like learning boss moves and shit isn't a unique thing to Dark Souls alone. That's kind of been the thing for almost all real games. You know, the boss has a move set. You have to learn the move set in order for you to progress to the game, right? So I don't know why people really kind of just jumped on Dark Souls so hard and write it and praise it for being hard and difficult and unique. It's not unique, man. This is like a perfect example of a game that did it before Dark Souls. Like, it's nothing new. What Dark Souls did was nothing new. It's been the fucking standard for a lot of games on their harder difficulties. The thing is that Dark Souls doesn't allow you to change your difficulty, right? It has a lock set difficulty. This boss battle, you know, you're really getting tested with your mechanics. You're getting tested on your understanding of the game. Also, once you get low enough in HP, one of your friends will jump in to kind of help you out, right? They're really not that useful, to be honest, though. From what I experienced, they act like a divergence. They stun, they attack. They're slightly useful. I feel like it was an okay. I feel like it was all right to add these guys. Never felt kind of overpowered. They felt kind of just secondary to the game, and I feel like they accomplished their role, like as a secondary character in aiding Jubei. Once the boss hit the certain threshold, sometimes you'll have one of your friends kind of jump in. So Saiga ends up jumping in, right, to help me out. You know, I die again, I die a whole bunch of different times, and then just learning the boss's mechanics, right? He has like an overswing attack. His attacks at this point are nothing really crazy. So you first fight him, he's just swinging his scythe back and forth with different move sets. Then at some certain point he will grow in size and become like twice as big, and then you're gonna have to start dealing with him as he's just a big guy. At some point, if you get him low enough in health, because the thing is that too, you don't really know how much HP these guys have because their health is kind of like hidden, right? Like, if you get him low enough in HP, he starts jumping around in this like spinning fashion, and he tries to land on you. So in his first form, you're trying to like circle him and attack his sides and get those attacks in. When he gets bigger, he ends up start jumping around. That's when you start kind of having to just like to poke at him and to get those shots in. At some point, so after having like failed at him a bunch of times, I end up leaving the area, and I go back to the town and see if I can get more items, more health items from gifting my friends back at town, right? So I go all the way back to town. I end up talking to everybody there, right? And somehow, you know, Ike and Saiga, the game does this a lot where like they'll have copies of the character kind of just like all over the place, right? So you go back to town, you see Ike, he's here. You see Saiga, he's here. I just gift them. I end up going into my inventory and I end up using my gifts. So I die a lot, man. I really do die a lot during this boss. But I'm gonna have to count. I'm gonna count all these deaths real quick, and then I'll post the number on top. So after we take care of this like demon abomination, and he ends up saying, "I'll be back," right? To kind of foreshadow what's gonna end up happening in the future. Once we take care of this dude, his death somehow triggers the machinery in the area to shut off. So somehow like this dude's life force is like linked to the smelting machinery in the location, right? Really don't know how that makes any sense, but we kind of have to go with the punches here, right? Once we take care of this guy, once his body kind of disappears and kind of like seeps into the ground, he leaves behind a whole bunch of gold and a whole bunch of souls that we can kind of pick up. So once we take care of him, first thing that Eke does is he runs off. He runs off screaming, now for some women. Completely worthless, right? After he helps us out, he just, I guess, books it back to town to find some women. Jubei kind of moves forward. You kind of come across this inverted divot in the ground. It seems like to be like another form of lock. Something kind of fits on the top of the lock. Once we come across this like mysterious lock in the ground and move a little forward, we come across this guy. Let's see what ends up happening.
Hey, what's wrong?
The monsters forced us to work in the mines as slaves. I'm the only one who survived. Everyone else died from exhaustion.
Are you alright? Hang on!
Thank you. I feel fine now. By the way, the woman you are looking for might have been taken into the hole.
The hole?
Yes, it's inside the gold mine, but the opening is blocked. There is one way you can enter the hole. Please, use this to open the cover.
What's that?
I don't know exactly, but you can open the cover if you place this on top somehow. I just found it lying around there and I kept it. Please, take it.
Inside of the gold mine?
Yes. I have to go now. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
This guy ends up telling Jubei that the demons were using a bunch of people as slaves to work the mines and that he's the last guy, like, surviving, right? So I guess Jubei carries the dude home, right? He hikes the dude all the way back to the town. The guy ends up, like, getting a fresh meal. He's taken care of and he's eaten and he's kind of, like, refreshed. The guy ends up telling Jubei that the woman that he's looking for might be in the hole that's kind of being locked that we ended up passing by. And then he gives us this like donut, like this demon style looking donut that's used for as a key to open the door. And he said he just found it lying in the ground and he decided to keep it, right? So this dude somehow got a hold of the key and now he's giving it to us. We start up and we're back in town, right? We have to hike all the way back to the gold mine so that we can enter that mysterious locked like door in the ground. And now there's like these new style demons. They're like these hunched over, like pale looking like people with like a female mask, swords on either end of the hand. They're just more flexible and they're just more agile. So they kind of like move around a little bit more. But I end up skipping those guys and I go straight back to the mine. Also, there's like a dog up here. There's like a dog chilling on the top of the mine. And now in the mine, there's like people walking around. Since Jubei took care of some of the demons, there's like people walking around. And now there's people kind of working the mine. You end up seeing Saigai here. The people in the mine are just complaining about how much it sucks to work in the mine. So you move forward, take care of a whole bunch of demons. You come across these other guys here that are kind of like tall with like this bone tail and like this long sword, are a little bit more heftier than like all the other enemies that you've seen. They're a little tougher, right? Then you end up seeing like the ninja boy again. He's just chilling over here. You can end up talking to him. He doesn't really say anything interesting. And then you move forward. Now you head back to the area where we fought the first boss, and you can see like the entrance is being guarded by like a whole bunch of different demons. There's like a creature kind of like guarding the pathway to the other area. You take care of these guys, and there's like these smaller demons with like spikes in their back. They kind of roll around at like a wheel. And then you have these other guys that are kind of like a little taller with a big axe that are a little tougher. There's like this being with like 6 arms and a body that's just kind of guarding the pathway. That ends up like sucking in air, grabs a hold of like anybody that's near it. Grabs a hold of you. You have to rely on one of your companions to kind of set you free. So this is pretty cool. I like this little demon thing. I like this demon here. So far, I like all of the demons. The demons are pretty cool. The guy that spins around is pretty cool. The guy with the big axe is cool. The bigger dude with the sword is cool. The lizards are cool. The flexible demons with masks are pretty cool. And this thing is pretty cool too, right? So this thing is here just to kind of block the pathway and kind of be like it's just here to kind of restrict us. So once we take care of this thing, we move forward deep in the mine. And there's like a bunch of different puzzles in the game. There's like these small little puzzles that you can kind of solve with the boxes. They aren't really that big of a deal. You solve the puzzles and you can kind of get like extra loot. We finally get to the door. And then once you end up using the little donut to unlock the door, let's see what happens. Alright, so nothing crazy, right? It kind of does this pattern and then unlocks the door. We go into like the hole in the ground. There's like this other door that has like these 2 pillars with 2 identical statues on either side. It kind of looks ominous, right? So we move forward. Jubei ends up looking at one of the statues, and the statues have like red glowing eyes, and ends up fucking laughing.
What are you doing here? Don't you know it's a demon world? As you are going to die soon, why not now?
So the statues kind of like end up mocking Jubei and tells him that, oh, don't you know this is a demon world? You're gonna die soon. A demon comes through the door, and you have to take care of this guy. And then another demon comes up right behind you as well. So you got to take care of these demons to kind of move forward, right? You take care of the 2 demons, and then you move forward, and then you go into this other area here where it's just like this spiral staircase that kind of goes upward, and you can see that it's like a skeleton. It's like a skeleton of like a snake of some sort. There's like a light mist in the area. There's like this light blue or green light kind of in the area. And the whole area seems kind of just, it just seems very skeleton in nature. The whole area just seems like a structure made out of bones. And move forward, you go up the spiral staircase, you fight like a couple more demons, and then as you go up, let's see what happens. So then we get this shot of this old Japanese style like mansion with this demon looking thing that's off to the side of it. Has like these organic sacks and has these like strings that look like kind of made out of flesh. It looks alien in nature, right? This mansion here is kind of is acting like kind of like a sanctuary. So it looks like the demons have have infested this area. This is the first building in the first game. So if you've never played Onimusha 1, yeah, this is kind of where we play the first game. This area right here, this place here is where the first game takes place. And in this area, you kind of do a lot of double backing back and forth in the first game. It's kind of core to the first game. So now that we're here, it's supposed to kind of like give us like a deja vu. Like, oh, this was like the first game. We'll get to the top of the staircase, and it's kind of, the staircase has this like these ribs or these skeleton bones on either side of the top of the staircase. And then you can see that we're kind of out on the courtyard of this like old Japanese building. We head to the front of the mansion, and let's see what happens.
too easy. Jubei, about the conversation earlier. You remember the vengeful ghost thing?
Yeah.
Eke used to be a warrior, and the feudal lord he served lost a great battle. At that time, Eke lost his wife and child. Despite that incident, he still holds on to his stupid dream. But even if his dream comes true and he becomes a feudal lord, another battle will occur and many people will die. It's the same for you. If you should defeat Nobunaga, another will rise to take his place. It never ends.
So Saiga ends up telling Jubei about Ike's story, right? How Ike had a family, he was serving a lord, and he lost like a great battle. At the same time, Ike ended up losing his wife and child. Despite the whole entire thing, Ike still wants to be a fucking feudal lord. Saiga ends up just saying that it's kind of stupid that he wants to hold true to that dream, because his history is just going to repeat itself. Another battle will happen, and a lot of people will just end up dying. He ends up telling Jubei the same thing. He's like, if you kill Nobunaga, it's fucking pointless. Someone else is just going to take his place. It never fucking ends, and then he just ends up leaving. This guy is just a complete asshole. Like, he's just a complete, he's just telling Jubei that nothing's going to end. Everything's kind of like a circle and yada, yada, yada. So we move forward into the mansion, and this whole entire area is not completely new. If you've played the first game, this area is completely just reused. They reuse the same like assets from the first game, and so this whole entire area is kind of the same like it was in the first game. So you move forward to the mansion, you end up picking a couple things, take care of a couple demons. There's another style of puzzle here where you just have to solve, you have to get the numbers to add up to 15 on all sides. It's pretty cool, unique little puzzle. It doesn't take that long to actually solve once you understand what you're supposed to be doing, but I thought it was pretty cool. You end up fighting a couple pieces for a door later on. Get to the next section here where another claw demon kind of guarding this door, and Ike's here that he helps you out. Kill the demon that's blocking the door, and then you gain access to the next hallway over. You can see that there's like a door here that's locked, and it's missing a couple pieces, and it's like made out of this like skeleton, like it's like the spider skeleton, and it's just missing a couple pieces for you to actually unlock and go into. This door was locked in the first game too. It looked a little bit different. You move forward, kill a whole bunch of different samurais. Okay, I die again. I die here again. We have this other cutscene here with Ike. Let's see what happens.
There's a baby.
Oh, mio! Oh, my baby. My baby. Thank you very much.
What? When you said daughter, you didn't mean baby daughter, did you?
This is too good. She is very cute. Hold her tight, Eke.
Oh,
Easy. Shh. Easy. You're safe now. This is my baby. My daughter.
What?
When the castle fell, I thought it was crying like this. I did everything I could to rescue her. But in the fire, she...
Eke.
When she was born, I promised her. When she grew up, I would become a feudal lord and make her a princess. So I... Please, take great care of her. Yes, sir.
All right, pretty simple, right? Ike, he ends up figuring out that old guy's daughter wasn't like a hot chick, it was a baby. He kind of just reminisces over like him losing his daughter, right? So when the castle fell, his daughter started crying like this. You got a picture of a building burning in the background, and you know, Ike's just bawling his eyes out and just crying, right? And then he ended up saying that, you know, he promised her that when she grew up that he would become a feudal lord and make her a princess, right? So this kind of like shows us that Ike, he really does want to become a feudal lord. Like, that's his whole thing. Yeah, this kind of shows us that Ike's whole goal of becoming a feudal lord isn't like some stupid little dream. This is what he wants. Like, this is a layered thing. It's linked to his daughter, and like, he wants to accomplish the promise. So you move forward, take care of a couple more guys. There's like this other door here that's kind of highlighted in like an orange or a brown. We can't really unlock this door yet because we have to get we don't have the weapon that is needed to unlock this door. We end up seeing this like spirit over this guy's dead body that ends up saying, "You can see me, can't you? You must have a grudge against Nobunaga, as I do. I was sent to Gaifu Castle as a scout and was caught and killed here. And now I've been caught by an evil energy haunting this well. I'd like to give you something, but I can't even do that now. However, if you can obtain the Purify Charm from this castle, then maybe we can help each other." I end up having the Purify Charm, so let's see what happens. "Thank you. Now that I'm free from the evil energy, I can rest in peace. Please take this as a symbol as my gratitude. Now go and defeat Nobunaga. Good luck." And then he just vanishes, right? He just vanishes away. He leaves you something on the floor right here, and you pick it up, and it's the other piece of the door that you need. Nothing really crazy, just the other piece that you need to open the door. And then I die again. I die another time right here. I die again a second time here. We put the pieces into the door. It's like this alien spider looking thing, right? We open the door. Let's see what happens.
Foolish woman. The fate of Odani Castle has already been decided. There is no way to stop it. You better just forget about it, don't you think? You're very clever to stay here with me instead of returning to his side, which is falling.
You're disgusting. Touch me again and you'll regret it.
Oh, so serious. You're feisty, as always. Anyway, this is the will of our Lord, so I cannot allow you to leave this castle.
Run.
You are Jubei Yagyu. You're still alive?
Alive? It was the Oda clan who attacked Yagyu village. You will pay for that.
Well, since the Yagyu clan stood in our way of conquering the country, we just annihilated them. Now kill him!
Go. Go now.
So once we open the door, there's like this guy. Looks kind of short, and he's like kind of just going off. This name is Togachiro Kinoshita. That's his name. I probably butchered the name, but hey, I tried, right? So he's just going off. He's talking to the hot chick, saying that the fate of the Odin Castle has already been decided, and there's like no way they can stop it, right? We really don't even know why this chick is even here to begin with. We don't even know her initiative. She's kind of just like doing her own thing, and somehow is like following the same path we are. It seems like she has like a grudge, probably for the same reason, right? Like maybe her village got killed off like Jubei's. We can kind of piece this together because he ends up saying, instead of returning to Asai, which is fallen, so maybe Asai was her hometown. The demons have gotten to that hometown as well and just destroyed it. She's here for the same reason Jubei is, to seek revenge for her fallen hometown. He kind of like lunges towards her. She just slaps the shit out of him with the edge of her shield. He goes stumbling across the room, and then she's like, "You're disgusting, don't touch me." He's kind of edging off of it. He's kind of like getting off on it. He's saying, "Oh, you're feisty as always." And he's just like, "Oh, this is the will of our Lord. I cannot let you leave this castle. And then he summons a couple demons to take care of her, right? And then that's where Jubei comes in. Jubei steps in, he unlocks his door, and he perfectly arrives at the perfect time to defend this chick. And then this guy is just like, Jubei, you're still alive? That kind of shocks Jubei a little bit, and he's just like, what do you mean I'm still alive? And then he ends up saying it was the Oda clan that attacked the Yagu's village. And he's just kind of saying you're going to pay for that. Jubei connects this guy being responsible for attacking his village and killing everybody there. And then Jubei just essentially says, you're going to pay for everything that you've done. This rat right here ends up saying the Yagu clan stood in our way for conquering our country. They just obliterated them. He essentially trash talks Jubei, saying that, hey, your clan stood in our way and they left us no choice. We just demolished them, right? They stood no chance, yada, yada, yada. This dude orders the demons to kill us. And then Jubei ends up telling this chick, go. Go now, right? Leave. Go now. Hurry. And then she kind of like scurries to the side. We don't really know where she went. She kind of just like shuffles to the side, gets out of frame, and then she kind of just like disappears, right? We don't know if she left behind us, if she left in front of us. It's not really apparent right now where she's gone. We're faced with these two big dudes in front of us that we have to take care of. We take care of these scrubs and we move forward. And then we're like confronted with this like door with horns. We're confronted with this like golden door with like a skull in the middle and has like two horns kind of coming out of it. We go into the next section here. The mood kind of changes. We're surrounded by this volcanic rock and molten like lava everywhere. Let's see what happens.
Thank you for staying.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. My name is Gogandantis, the greatest swordsman of all demons.
What's wrong with you? Who talks like that?
Well, Jubei, it's been a while since I've encountered someone like you. My sword is trembling with tears of excitement. So, Angard.
They did an amazing job with this guy. I like this guy a lot. What's his name? Gogandantis. I feel like they did an amazing job with Gogandantis. I like his character. Like him as a character, I feel like is very unique, right? He's kind of like flamboyant. Like the animations they did for this guy, pretty cool. I really did enjoy fighting this guy. So we kind of go into this other area here. First thing that we see is like we see this like sword. It's been tossed into the sky and comes straight down into the ground. And then we have this shot of somebody landing on top of the base of the sword's handle and is balancing on top of the sword. And then we're kind of like confronted by this dude that's kind of, I guess like kind of like fancy or flamboyant. He's kind of just balancing on top of this sword. Comes jumping off, pulls the sword from the ground with one hand, and then says his name is Gogandantis. And he proclaims that he's like the greatest swordsman of all the demons. And then he's like in this kind of ballerina type of stance. Catches Jubei completely off guard, and he's like, dude, what is wrong with you? Why are you talking like that? And then Gogandantis, he's kind of edging off on this as well. He's saying that, you know, it's been a while since he's encountered someone that is like as skilled as Jubei. He ends up saying that his sword is even trembling because of the excitement of fighting Jubei. And then he ends up kissing his blade. And then he's just like, on guard, and then does this like facial expression. Yeah, during this first fight, you're just kind of confronted with Gogandantis, and you can't beat him just yet. And then after a while of just like kind of fighting him, that chick ends up coming back and ends up dropping a ladder for Jubei.
Hurry! Come on!
How sad. Cowards never triumph and heroes never run.
Gogandantis is just like, he kind of is just disappointed with the whole thing, and it's just like, heroes don't run. He's not impressed with what's going on. It's kind of disappointed him.
But I suppose that it can't be helped. You are too weak to take me on.
Yeah, essentially Gogandantis is just like, yeah, you're too weak to take me on. And he just kind of walks away. He doesn't care about hunting people down. He just wants to fight. Like, he just wants a good fight. That's what it seems like what Gogonantis wants. He doesn't care about hunting fucking people down. He just cares about having a good fight. He has like a kind of quirky character to him. I really did think his character was pretty unique though. After that little small battle, we end up going to this like other cave here. And the girl just like somehow like just disappears. She kind of just ends up moving forward without us, I guess. And then we kind of move up this other ladder into this other like kind of courtyard. And we're kind of like, and then we can see that the chick is kind of waiting alongside this like metal, like spaceship looking thing with this charm on it. It looks like one of those spaceships from Dragon Ball Z, you know, like one of those capsules that Goku comes out of, or that the Saiyans come out of. We can see that that girl's necklace here starts illuminating, like illuminating a bright blue.
Let me use the orb that you wear around your neck.
Jubei asks for the orb. The girl like agrees and gives it to him. So now we have the faith orb. Jubei puts the orb in that little divot there. Let's see what happens. And then we see like that ball ends up like floating up, and there's like lightning pulsing out from it. And then it transforms into like a metal horse. It transforms into like this metallic metal horse with the charm in front of its face. To be honest, I didn't really like this, man. So I played the first one, and in the first game, there wasn't any really, they didn't really dive in too much into the whole like cybernetics field. They really kept it organic, or everything that was like a demon was organic. But I didn't really care about this whole like fusion take on it, where they kind of like molded old school Japanese demon style with like cybernetics. I didn't really like this. The whole thing with like with adding robots and adding like this metallic steed here, I didn't really care for it. It was a letdown for me. Okay, I didn't really like it. In the first game, they didn't do this. Like in the first game, they never kind of went into the cybernetics direction. I didn't care for this take that much. Well, let's see what happens.
What's this?
And then we can see that like that charm that Jubei has on the palm of his hand ends up glowing as well with the charm on the horse's head.
Get on. Come on.
And it seems like that charm allows Jubei to kind of tame this cybernetic horse.
Yeah.
It's whatever. So he essentially Jubei, you know, Jubei gets the girl to come with him, right? They ride the metallic horse off into the moonlight, right, I guess. And then they arrive back to the main town. Jubei ends up questioning her, hey, where the hell did you get this main orb? And this chick is just like, it's been my family for generations.
But it's yours now, for saving my life.
And then this is something else that kind of caught me off guard, man. And then she's just like, hey, you can keep that orb now for saving my life. If this orb has been in your family for generations and you could just let it go that fucking easy, she kind of just lets the orb go. She's like, there's no resistance, there's no like fight. She just has like no emotional connection to it at all and just lets it go and gives it to Jubei. Was a little lackluster for me. I was like, dude, damn, you're just gonna give that away like that? All right, cool. No emotional connection. Pretty cool. Jubei ends up thanking her.
Thank you. By the way, I never did get your name.
My name is Oyu. I'm from Odani.
And then Jubei's like, hey, I never got your name. I never got your number. And then she tells us her name. Her name is Oyu. I'm from Odani.
So you were related to Asai. I see. Nobunaga is taking down Asai right now.
And then he's like, oh, you were related to Asai. So she's kind of on the same mission as Jubei. Nobunaga destroyed her town as well. Trying to do the same thing we're trying to do. She's trying to kill fucking Nobunaga.
We had no chance against his army, so I went to Gifu Castle to kill Nobunaga myself. But I was caught.
I understand. I must take revenge on Nobunaga for the Yagyu clan.
Well, I'll be here in Onimusha for a while, so...
And then, what is up with this, right? Like, what chick does this? Jubei ends up just fucking announcing that he just wants to kill Nobunaga for the Yagyu clan, right? His hometown that got fucking slaughtered. And then that somehow, like, sets her off. It gets her all, like, flustered up, and she just ends up diving into Jubei's chest here. It's obviously portrayed here that this chick is into Jubei. Well, I'll be here in Onimusha for a while. So, what's gonna happen there, right?
Anyway, thank you for helping me.
And then she says, thank you for helping me, Jubei. And then Jubei's just stoic as fuck, doesn't give one fuck.
If you need anything, please, let me know.
And then she ends up saying, if you need anything, please let me know. So you already know, Jubei, this chick obviously has something out for Jubei. It's obviously apparent that Jubei won this chick's heart, right? Or won this chick's thighs or whatever, or that chest. It's obviously apparent that Jubei, he's pulled the right strings with this chick and has successfully romanced this chick via his stoic personality and just from being a complete badass, I guess, right? And then now we're back in town, and then you can see that we're at the stables now, and you can see the metallic horse right here off to the side. I said before, man, I didn't really care about the whole metallic horse thing. There are a bunch of other like metal robots later on in the game that I kind of felt like wasn't necessary. They could have done a different way. We move forward.
Hey,
then we have this like
Jubei.
other confrontation with that ninja kid.
Kotaro.
Tell me the name of that woman.
Oyu.
Are you sure?
Why? Do you know something about her?
I think I've seen her somewhere. Anyway, don't trust her. Believe me, Jubei. Don't turn your back on her.
Kotaro.
Worthless bastard, man. That fucking kid, I hate him, bro. Why do I hate him? He's just fucking worthless, man. After completing the game, it's just... that kid ends up saying, hey, that chick, don't trust her. And then he just dashes off into the fucking... dashes off back into town. No explanation whatsoever. He just tells us, hey, don't trust her. It's just whatever, man. So we move forward, right? So, go back to town. You can see all these shops here. A bunch of people just still chilling around, selling stuff. So you move back into town. And then you can just see like a bunch of deadbeats. You can trade whatever gifts you have with your companions to see what they give you. So after that little instance we have with the chick, we now have access to her, and she's now outside on the balcony of the restaurant on the second story. So you can end up talking to her and gifting her a couple things. And I guess she just likes anything like anything pretty she likes, I guess. Like I said, there's a lot of things I missed in this game. I miss a lot of stuff, man. This is one of those games where you have to play like a second time to get everything that you missed. There are a lot of things that you can miss playing this game once. Like, I'm probably going to go back and complete some things on a second run. But as of right now, I'm just trying to make this video. So, you know, I just gift everybody what I can. Move forward. I just end up gifting everybody here. You can access the shop again and just buy all these things so you can end up gifting these guys. And the shop kind of restocks. The first little chapter has a whole bunch of different items. The second time you come back to the shop, it has like even more different items, right? So Now you can like just start buying more items and gifting your companions to see what you get. I really just wanted to get health items because I just wanted to progress with the game. And I essentially just load up on everything I can, and then I move forward, right? I also end up gifting that chick like some extra armor that she ends up wearing. At this point, I was kind of lost. Like I went back into the mine to see like, just like trying to look for what I was supposed to do. And it turned out there was this chick, or it turned out there was somebody in the back of the town that I missed. So I go back to the town, and then I see this chick with this like umbrella with an eye on the end of it. Let's see what this is.
Look at me. Do you like what you see? Lord Nobunaga is worthy of my life. My body and my mind belong to him.
No one shall stand in the Lord's way. Jubei, you and that hateful woman Takajo must die. Ha!
Here we go. I'll go to Yakyu Village and kill her. The chase is on.
Damn.
Fucking Jubei, man, no emotion. He just said damn and just was stoked as hell. Let's analyze this real quick. So we end up seeing this chick. So at this angle she looks slim and it looks like it's gonna be a hot chick. Turns out to be a beast of like a woman or a fucking demon. Like literally the worst case scenario, right? Worst catfish of my life, man. So she turns around and she looks like a fucking abomination. She's like fat as hell. She has like these horns sticking out on her head. She has like these pig ears. She kind of looks like a pig, and she just looks like a fucking. She looks horrendous, right? She has like pimples all over her face. She has like these protruding sharp teeth on each end of her face. She has like these demon horns that curl, fat and hefty as hell. It just shocks Jubei, right? He's just like, whoa, transvestite, back up. You know, from Family Guy.
I don't know, fellas. I think there's potential in this crowd. Hey, honey, why don't you turn around and show me the Lower East Side?
Sure.
Whoa, transvestite, back off.
And then you can see that she has like these old school Asian shoes that are essentially like what is that, 7 inches off the ground. She begins to edge off. She ends up saying that her body and mind belongs to Nobunaga. She essentially just says, hey, he's my master, right? And then she just starts quivering, right? She starts shaking and quivering and shit. Or like, what is this, right? Is she getting off right now? Like, what's going on here? Like, is she getting off right now? And then Jubei ends up looking down and sees that, like, I guess that's like her purse or something. Looks like a purse or a blade of some sort. Maybe it's like a purse that's a blade. Who knows, right? It becomes apparent to Jubei that he sees that there's another orb on the side of this purse, right? And then after she's done like quivering and shit, she breaks her own like mental fantasy and she ends up mad dogging Jubei and tells him no one will stand in the way of Lord Nobunaga. And then she ends up staring Jubei down and tells him, looking pissed off as fuck, that Jubei and that hateful woman Takajo must die. When she first said Takajo, because I'm not really good with names, that's probably become apparent. If you're still watching this, that's probably become apparent, right? That I'm not really good with names. So when she first said Takajo, I was thinking maybe, like, did she mean that, like, that was the hot chick? I didn't really know who that was. I thought she meant Oyu. Like, maybe she knew Oyu's, like, first or last name, and she was kind of using it in, like, because you know how in Japan, like, it's informal to call somebody that you don't know by their first name. I thought she knew like a version of Okio's name, and she was just saying that version of Okio's name. I didn't know who she meant by Takajo. So I was just like, who the f did she mean? I just was like confused. I was like, who the hell did she mean by Takajo? And then she ends up laughing, and then as she laughs, like she shoots out these beads or petals, this magical spray, and Jubei ends up just dodging it. Like that, those reflexes are god tier. Let's be honest, those reflexes are god tier, right? And then Jubei ends up unleashing his blade here. She ends up jumping and ends up dodging Jubei's attack, and off that single jump, she lunges herself all the way to this roof of his building, right? That's fucking crazy. Like, those hops, that's a crazy jump right there, man. And then you can hear her, like, mutter to herself, my back. Huh? Yeah, it's pretty funny. I like that line. This beast or demon of a woman ends up telling Jubei, I'm gonna go to Yagu village, right? His hometown, and kill her. I was still confused. I didn't really know who she meant by this. And then she ends up saying the chase is on. She ends up fucking like laughing hysterically. And then ends up like jumping away. And then Jubei's just like, damn. Just one stoic damn. Not an ounce of emotion in his voice. Jubei, bro. Fucking crazy. The next scene ends up opening up and we're back into Yagu village, right? Jubei's hometown. So you move forward to the town, you kind of just backtrack to this area. We meet up with Ike again. Ike somehow is like following us and he's helping us out. You know, I end up skipping a lot of these guys. I was just like, I didn't have time for this. And then we get back to that area where we met with that goddess, with the snake goddess. Let's see what happens.
You're too late, Jubei.
Hold on.
My dearest son. I wanted much more time to talk with you. Jubei.
Jubei, what happened?
The first time we met, she revealed that she was my mother. And told me about my father.
One day, I met your father and fell in love with him at first sight. It was destiny.
This woman told me that it is the Yagyu clan's mission to stop the demons when they rise up to the surface. For this, the chief of the Yagyu clan had an affair with a woman from the Oni clan, and they had a baby of Oni origin. A long time ago, the Oni on Earth and the demons of the underground fought a great war. In the end, the demons won, and the Oni were scattered. I never knew my mother, so a woman appeared all of a sudden and claimed to be my mother, and stated that I have the blood of the Oni clan. I can't just accept it immediately.
Jubei.
But if it's true, if this is my destiny, I'll accept it. I'll be this Oni warrior,
and I will destroy the demons.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that shit caught me off guard. That shit right there caught me so off guard. When I was playing this, that caught me so off guard, man. Let's break this down. As we enter that location where the snake deity is supposed to be at, it appears the fat demon bitch beat us there, right? Yeah, that purse is like a blade, I think. Yeah, that purse that she's holding is like a blade as well. I think she ends up using that blade. Yeah, she ends up using the purse and just fucking ends up slashing the snake deity in the chest, right? Blood goes splattering everywhere. The snake deity is like holding her chest. She just collapses onto the ground. The fat demon bitch ends up telling Jubei, you're too late. And she just starts, she's still laughing hysterically, fucking choking on her own spit. She ends up walking away. She ends up like strolling away, laughing, like she's just at the park or something. Like she just got done telling off a homeless dude, a casual conversation or something. Jubei ends up getting down on her knee and ends up trying to caress this deity here. She's just like, Jubei. She takes like one of her last breaths, and then she's just like, my dearest son. And then I was just like, what? That caught me off guard, right? Because I wasn't expecting her to be like, I didn't expect Jubei here to be her actual son. When she said the whole son thing, my son, I was thinking of like how a priest would say, everybody here is God's son. You know, like we're all God's son. That's what I thought she meant. I didn't think Jubei was her literal son. That's not what I thought. So this caught me off guard. So she ends up saying, you're my dearest son. I want more time to talk to you. And then she just say, Jubei. And then she holds up her fucking demon claw. You see, this is what I don't get, man. She ends up holding up her demon fucking style claw and just like tries to touch Jubei's fucking face, man. You see that? With hands like that, you can't touch my face. I'm sorry, man. Like with a claw like that, you can't touch my face. Even if you're my proclaimed like goddess mother or some shit. I'm sorry, man. You ain't touching my face with those claws, man. I'm sorry. And then she kind of falls down on her last breath. And then there's like a bunch of pink petals kind of floating in the air from the Japanese style trees, right, or whatever. Petals of the sakura tree kind of just end up floating and falling from the trees as she dies on this like riverbed or off on this like kind of lake bed or something. And the next thing you know, Oyu is right behind us, and she comes to the door as the petals from the tree are falling. And then she ends up telling Jubei, hey, what happened? Everybody's just kind of following Jubei. At this point, everybody here is just like stalking Jubei. Fucking Oyu, Ike, Saiga. And then he goes off about the first time we met. She revealed that she was my mother. And I'm like, did she, bro? From my perspective, it was so casually put into the conversation when we first met her. I didn't know what the fuck to make out of it. It literally sounded like it was just some fucking deity saying, we're all God's son. Spread the word of our religion, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't apparent to me, man. She didn't reveal anything to me. She probably revealed it to you off screen, but she didn't reveal it to me, man. From my perspective, I barely even know this thing. I barely even know this bitch. He ends up saying that she revealed herself to him, that she was his mother. And then she ends up saying, one day I met your father and I fell in love with him at first sight. That's kind of crazy, right? Like, I'm not really sure what. So look, man, I have no idea what I'm looking at, okay, bro? Like, I don't have any inside knowledge on Asian deities, okay? I don't even know if this thing is a deity. From my perspective, this is a snake goddess, okay? Like, this is some form of snake goddess that falls in love with a human, right? And you can see that the dad's here just training in like the forest here, right? He has like spiky hair, and he's just like kind of like training with the samurai sword in the forest. And then he looks off to the side, and he ends up seeing this. He ends up seeing her, where she's standing in this like Japanese style gown with long black hair and like this crown. Dude, look at her hands. Look at those hands. Look at those hands. You see that shit? If I'm in this forest and I see that thing, I'm running. I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna be like, this is a fever dream. I'm hallucinating and I need to get the fuck out of this dream. I will actually start panicking and be like, dude, I gotta wake up from this fever dream. I'm not fucking going anywhere near that thing, man. You see that shit? Like, that's creepy enough because from this angle, it looks like she's coming out of the tree. From this angle, how the shot's taken, it looks like she's like kind of coming out of the tree. But if you could see her snake body as well, like this dude could see her snake body. Let's assume that Jubei's father could see her snake body. And then he sees the claws as well. And he thinks to himself to confront that. Like, not to even strike it down, but to confront it, right? As she's giggling. Like, she's giggling, she's kind of laughing. This is creepy as hell, man. This is 10 out of 10 creepy, man. The fact that it happened in broad daylight, too, is probably even more creepy. Like, if this happened at night, right? Let's say in your life, like one day you end up practicing your samurai techniques in the fucking middle of the forest, and the next thing you know, you kind of like look off to the side and then you see this shit. You see some like Japanese style black haired woman with the fucking golden crown and the snake body and like these fucking demon claws. And you see that at night. You're gonna fucking run off, right? You're gonna be like, oh my god. This is fucking terrifying. I'm gotta get the fuck out of here, right? Then you'll like leave, right? You'll end up running away and you'll probably head right back home. And then as you get home, you're gonna probably think to yourself, man, what the fuck did I just see, right? Because it's at night. You're gonna be like, I probably hallucinated. Like, I'm hallucinating. I probably saw some shit that wasn't there, yada, yada, yada. And you're gonna be like, if it happened at night, you could still argue with yourself that like, you saw some shit that wasn't really there. But the fact that it happened in broad daylight, right? And you saw this shit, I'd be like, I'm getting pranked. I'd be like, I'm getting pranked? Am I a punk? Where's Ashton Kutcher, bro? I'd be like, where the fuck is Ashton Kutcher? I'm getting pranked. I can only imagine what some fucker back in the samurai days would be going off of. Like, I'm pretty sure some casual motherfucker, like some casual samurai dude that's chilling in the forest practicing, and he saw this shit. There's no way in hell this guy doesn't A, strike this thing down with all his might, or just straight up book it. Like, just straight up run off. If I'm back in this day, if I'm in this era and I see that, I'm gone. I'm gone. 100% I'm gone. I'm not fighting this thing. I'm not trying to fucking make sweet love with this thing. I'm not even trying to talk to this thing. I'm gone. I'm gone, bro. So she ends up giggling and ends up holding her hand out and then ends up like opening up her palm. Like she's trying to like offer her hand to the guy. And this dude is he's just there like in awe looking at her as these golden petals kind of fall from the trees. He's just standing there looking at her in awe. He's not fucking terrified. He's just awestruck. Okay, man, no human being in their right mind would be doing this, okay? No human being in their right mind would be looking at this chick the way he's looking at this chick. He probably got charmed, okay? He probably got like manipulated. He probably got a spell put on him. He got cursed. He got manipulated, okay, man? This deity here is manipulating this dude to fall in love with him. That's what happened. No way this dude ain't running. And then she kind of puts her hands on his waist. He kind of does the same. And then he starts macking it with her, right? They end up kissing. And then you can hear like baby crying in the distance. And then she ends up saying it was destiny. Fucking crazy, bro. This dude banged something that was half snake, man. This dude banged snake coochie, bro. Okay, man, that dude, he's not in his right mind. He got cursed. He had some magical spell put over him to fall in love with her, okay? No human being would do this, man. And then Jubei's just stoic as fuck. Dude, he banged that. He banged that. His dad banged that. That's fucking disgusting. And then Jubei comes back to reality, and then he's like, okay, this woman told me that it was the Yagu clan's mission to destroy the demons when they rise back up to the surface. And then he ends up saying that a chief of the Yagu clan had an affair with a woman from the Oni clan. So essentially, the chief of the Yagu clan was his father, and the woman from the Oni clan was this thing, this deity, and they had a baby of Oni origin. That baby that was Oni origin was Jubei. Jubei is like this, he's half Oni, and therefore he has the power necessary to fucking defeat Nobunaga. He ends up saying that a long time ago, the Oni were on Earth, and the demons underground fought a great war. And in the end, the demons won, and then the Oni were scattered. And then we see Oyu ends up putting her hand to her fucking chest to cover her cleavage, Damn, she has some pretty big tits, though. I'm not gonna lie. She has some pretty big tits. And then Jubei ends up saying here, I never knew my mother. So a woman appeared all of a sudden and claimed to be my mother. So he ends up saying that it all makes sense to him. This woman came up all of a sudden and then told me she was my mother. So I believed her. And then she ends up saying that he has the blood of the Oni clan and can fucking defeat the demons. And then Jubei, being stoic as fuck, ends up saying, I can't just accept this immediately. And at the same time, that snake deity's body ends up glowing like a bright yellow. Her essence ends up like fading upward into the sky. And then Jubei ends up going off saying, this is true. If this is my destiny, I will accept it. I'll be this Oni warrior. I will destroy the demons. I would still be like in shock that my dad banged that. I'd be in shock that I came out of that. That's the crazy thing. Like, dude, Jubei came out of that. That thing gave birth to Jubei. You know how shocking that is? Like, oh, bro, like, you came out of that snake vag. Bro, that's nightmare status shit right there, man. That's nightmare shit right there. Like, fuck the demons, bro. You can see that her essence is still, like, flying up to the sky. And then we have this scene where Jubei's kind of just staring up to the sky, and then Oyu just ends up walking out of frame again and ends up leaving Jubei. What's up with everybody leaving Jubei? That's something else I don't understand. It's like, in all these scenes where Jubei is, like, going through some shit, everybody just lets him be. Like, hey, fuck him. He's going through one of his, main character scenes again. Fuck him, man. What's up with these guys, man? So after she's dead, you go to her body, and then you can see that she has a ring. She left like a ring here for us. So pick up her ring, and then we can like leave this area, right? You see Ike is kind of just chilling over here as well. So we head back to like the other area, and then I die. I die in the bridge right here by this fucking demon thing. And then as we get back to like this main area right here, you can see that place is just fucking swarmed with samurai. We're kind of like working our way through Jubei's hometown here now. We go off to the back here, and then you can see that it's like this old Japanese style house that we kind of work our way into. You got like the Japanese sliding doors right here, and you can see that there's like a bunch of demon samurais in this house. You got like more boxes, got more puzzles that you can solve. They also have like these power jewels that you get throughout the game that you can end up using to increase your health and your magic permanently. Pretty cool. They're in the first game too. They're pretty cool though. I like those. So you can see like a whole bunch of different samurais all over the place. Work your way through these guys. There's like this strange box in this resting room right here. If you interact with it, it tells you that there's like one of these ornaments is missing. So we have to end up using that ring that we found on the snake deity's body, and it ends up opening up this little puzzle here where there's like this like compass in the middle, and there's like pictures of different dragons and like a lion, a bunch of different like animals. So this is some sort of puzzle. I end up searching this house a little bit more, and I end up finding parchment papers that are necessary to solve the puzzle, and has like the pictures, dragons and lion. Oh, I die again right here too. I die another time. So at this point I'm kind of pissed off, and I end up killing all the samurai in here because I'm pretty damn pissed off. In the back of the house here, there's like this hidden compartment against this wall behind this like painting or poster on the wall. You end up hitting the poster. Behind the wall there's like this, you end up finding another piece of parchment paper. So with these two pieces of parchment paper with the code on it, we can solve the puzzle. We end up solving the puzzle, right, with the two dragons, the lion and the phoenix. And it opens up this secret compartment in the middle of the room. And then a ladder comes out of one of the drawers of the cabinet. So we go down the ladder. There's like this secret kind of tunnel underneath the house. We end up going down the tunnel, and then there's like this pit in the middle of the tunnel as well that Jubei has to kind of jump over. And then we work our way into the next section of the tunnel, and then there's like these ropes that are kind of tied in the middle of the pathway. End up cutting the rope, and that triggers like a booby trap. It's like a spinning blade that works its way down the tunnel all the way into the end of the tunnel. You essentially just have to work your way all the way to the back of the tunnel to get away from the booby trap. And then the booby trap kind of resets and then works its way all the way back to where it kind of started. Essentially cycles back and forth down this tunnel. And what you have to do as Jubei is you have to end up jumping across this pit, and Jubei has to kind of hold onto the ledge here as the trap kind of passes by him. Pretty cool, pretty unique. I didn't know if it was going to work when I tried it, but I was like, maybe this is going to work. And it worked. That was pretty clever by the devs. We work our way out of this hidden tunnel into like the side of a cliff and we're kind of outside now, and there's plants and a bunch of stones. We're kind of like on the edge of a mountain here. So there's a bunch of demons out here. You work your way up these ladders. We end up coming across another lock on this pathway right here. We don't have the weapon to unlock this just yet either, so we move a little forward. Then we come across Ike here again. Ike's still following us. We move past these guys, and then we get access to the third magical blade that Jubei gets. It's like this double-edged wind blade that's pretty badass, pretty cool. A lot of AoE. It does like an area of effect damage. It does this like whirlwind essentially. It's pretty cool to use. A lot of AoE. It's very good for crowd control. Just it hits a whole bunch of enemies. Yeah, this was my second favorite blade. My first favorite blade was the thunder blade because it just took a lot of damage, and then this was my second favorite blade. So now we have that blade necessary to open up that lock pathway. But before we do that, I move through this forest here, and then as you enter the forest, you can kind of see like there's this like kind of fat demon animal fairy thing kind of floating in the air, and a whole bunch of demons spawn within this area. If you work through these pathways without killing that demon, essentially you're trapped in a limbo. So yeah, in this forest here, it's like a cursed forest. So like if you move through this forest here without killing that demon, you're essentially like trapped in this loop. So if you move forward, you'll essentially just go in circles, and it doesn't matter which way you take, you'll just be going in circles forever. So I kind of backtrack a little bit, and I go back and I unlock that little that gate there. Since we have the weapon now, I attack the lock, it opens up, and then within that little area there's this like statue of Nobunaga that is needed in order for you to progress through the game. Go back to the forest. It took me a while to figure it out, but essentially, yeah, you gotta kill that fat little fairy floating demon thing to move forward through this forest. As you kill that flying demon thing, it unlocks the true path. You gotta do it like 3 times or so. Once you do it the 3rd time, we get this scene of like a frog, and let's see what happens.
You are skilled at escaping, Jubei.
Damn you!
You are so cute when you're angry. I shall have fun with you behind my lord's back.
Wait! Jujudorma! He's mine!
Can't get enough of me, huh?
I told you I'd be back. I'm immortal! Now, less talk and more chop!
Wait a second, Gingham Fats. This cute little man is mine to play with.
No, I claim his life!
All right, you go first. I know you'll lose again anyway.
How dare you, stupid woman! I'll win this time!
This will be our last battle. Prepare yourself.
So as we find the correct path to the forest, we come across that old fat pig bitch with the weird umbrella, right? And she's laughing hysterically like she's always doing. And then Jubei's here, stoic as ever. And then she ends up saying, oh, you're skilled at escaping, Jubei. And she's like holding up her umbrella. Like, you know, like how the hot chicks kind of hide behind the umbrella and then they reveal that they're like hot as hell, right? Isn't that like a kind of a cliche thing in a lot of like Japanese style movies? Where like a hot woman hides behind an umbrella, she reveals herself and she's like this beautiful, modest woman, right? In this case, it's not. Jubei hits the umbrella. She kind of like plays around with the umbrella and she reveals that it's the beast woman, hideous piece of shit. She ends up saying, you're cute when you're angry to Jubei, right? She ends up hitting on Jubei. She's laughing and giggling and shaking her ass and kind of quivering. And then she ends up saying, I shall have some fun with you behind my lord's back. whatever that means, right? In the middle of this kind of confrontation with her, we end up seeing this piece of shit dropping down from the trees into the middle of the scene here, right? We end up figuring out her name, Juju Dharma. This four-legged demon here ends up saying that Jubei's his. So we get to see this piece of shit again, right? He ends up laughing hysterically, right? All these demons love laughing hysterically because they're fucking demons and they're evil. And then Jubei, he says, can't get enough of me. He's not wrong, right? He's telling the truth. He's not lying. These guys literally can't get enough of Jubei. The four-legged demon here ends up talking back to Jubei saying, I told you I'll be back. I'm immortal. So this fucker literally can't die, right? We figure out that this demon here seems like he can't die. Like each time we kill him, he just gets banished back into the demon realm. He works his way back into the human realm. So it seems like this dude's literally immortal. And then he ends up saying, less talk, more chop. He just goes full barbarian on our ass. We catch his name as well, Gingham Fats. The pig demon chick here ends up saying Jubei is hers. And then this dude is just like, no, I claim his life. So they kind of argue back and forth on who's gonna kill Jubei. Jujudoma ends up saying, you know what? All right, you go first, Gingham Fats. You deal with Jubei. I know you're gonna lose anyways. That ends up pissing Gingham Fats off, and he's like, how dare you, stupid woman? I wouldn't even call this thing a woman, to be honest. I feel like calling this thing a woman is kind of disrespectful to women, right? Am I right? Gingham Fats is like, I'll win this time. And then Jubei's like, this is gonna be our last battle. I don't know about that one, bro. Now we're kind of in this forest. I die a whole bunch of times. All these boss battles, I die a whole bunch of times on hard mode. Trust me, this game is hard, man. If you play this game on the hard mode, it's fucking hard, man. So essentially, now you have to fight Gingham Fats in the forest. That's literally it. He doesn't change much. He has the same exact movesets, but except this time, he goes hidden and he runs into the forest and he kind of essentially just dashes back and forth within the sides of the forest here. You kind of have to read the leaves that come shaking off from the trees to dodge him, right? And that's essentially it. Nothing really changes. So I have to count. I'm going to count all these deaths as well real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
I'm sure I'll be back again.
After we kill Gingham Fats, he ends up saying, I'm sure I'll be back again. And then he leaves behind like another statue of Nobunaga that we end up picking up. We have this other scene of Ike and Saiga kind of fighting.
Not again. What is it this time?
Jubei, I'm sorry about your mother. I can sympathize.
Really? Don't trust him, Jubei. You don't know anything about him. Why is he really here? Maybe you will try and kill us because you secretly serve Nobunaga.
Maybe.
Is that true? Wait! Magoichi!
So we have this other instance of Ike and Saiga kind of fighting. And then Saiga ends up saying, sorry, Jubei, about the loss of your mother. I mean, Jubei never knew his mom, right? But I guess he's just being like formal and polite. Jubei ends up trying to break up the fight. Ike ends up saying, don't trust Saiga, Jubei. You don't know anything about him. Maybe he's secretly serving Nobunaga. And Ike ends up questioning why Saiga is even here to begin with. Saiga ends up breaking it off, and he ends up like walking away like a badass, right? Ike ends up kind of like trying to follow him, and is still trying to like get the truth out of Saiga. That's the end of that scene. We don't know who is going to betray us, right? We don't really know Saiga. We don't really know OU, and we don't really know anybody. All these people here, we really don't know anything about them. It leaves a lot of questions in the air. All we know for sure is that fucking Ike wants to become a feudal lord no matter what. And he's deliberately told us he's willing to serve Nobunaga to accomplish that. Fuck Ike, man. That's all I know. Fuck Ike. At this point, I'm just like, dude, screw Ike. We should not be trusting Ike for 100%. Or he's literally told us he's willing to serve Nobunaga. Move forward after that conversation, you can see Ike kind of over here, and he's like, leave all these enemies to me. I'll take care of them. He's standing in front of this like locked pathway right here. I wasn't really a big fan of these enemies here, like the mechanical bugs. Yeah, all the mechanical enemies in this game, I wasn't really a big fan of. They're kind of annoying to play against when you don't have the hammer. I feel like the whole mechanical thing was kind of a cheap op-out from the whole demon realm thing. I really wanted them to stay true to the whole Japanese demon aesthetic, instead of going to the direction of like a cyber steampunk type of vibe. So we move forward into this like swamp here. They're like these sea creatures that spit out like water that can end up hurting you. They're pretty cool. I like those guys. They're like these river beings. They're kind of like demons, I guess, that are kind of annoying. They end up like jumping around and shooting water at you. There's like a big one and a couple baby sea demons as well. So we get to that locked pathway that Ike was standing in front of. We unlock it, and then we get to find like another statue of Nobunaga. Move forward a little bit. Then we get to this swamp, and then in this swamp there's just a bunch of sea serpent demons that are kind of just swimming around and trying to attack you. I skip those guys, and I just get to the door and I move forward. And then you get to this area right here where the camera angle kind of just changes in this awkward position, and then you get to see that on either side there's like these spiked traps. So this is obviously like an area where a booby trap is at. So it looks like there's this computer terminal in front of us. There's like this screen, and then there's like this weird kind of podium in front of the computer screen. And then there's like this lever off to the side, this like gold yellow lever to the side. As you pull down the lever, it does like a quick cut to a clip. It shows you like a quick shot of the 3 statues in this order, and then goes away. And you have to arrange the statues to that order. So all those statues that we end up finding across this area, we have to place those statues in that specific order in order for us to progress. You have to place those statues down and to see if you got them to be organized in the right way. And if you get it wrong, then the walls kind of start to close in. They close in bit by bit. So yeah, you just have to memorize the shot. You can only look at it once. It's not that hard. It wasn't that difficult for me. It took me 2 tries and I got it. Once you get it correct, the statue and the screen ends up going straight up and reveals like a hidden passageway. You go down the passageway into this like cave system in this like long stairway heading up, and there's like this door and a big ass demon kind of guarding the door. So I skip the demon, go through the door, and then now you're kind of like you're kind of deeper into the cave system, and it has like these stalactites. That's the name of those rocks, and a couple candles kind of lit throughout the whole area. Now you're kind of in like this room where there's like disfigured bodies kind of against the walls, and then a whole bunch of demons end up spawning. End up fighting all the demons, and then you can kind of see like there's another demon kind of guarding the pathway here, and it's blocking the entrance to this like passage right here. I end up dying again right here. We have to kill that demon that's blocking the passage. Once we get through that demon, you can see that it was kind of blocking this room right here with a save station and a book. This is going to be the entrance to fighting the pig lady. And yeah, so now we're going to be fighting the pig lady.
How lovely I am! Oh, my Lord Nobunaga!
Huh? I got bored since you kept me waiting. Now I'm going to play with you for a very long time. Are you ready for me?
Give it up. No man would ever want to play with a nasty thing like you.
Ugh, how dare you! I'll show you what nasty means.
So you can see here she's like fixing her makeup, saying that she looks lovely. She's just praising Nobunaga. You can see Jubei, he ends up coming up behind her, and it startles her. And then she ends up saying, I got bored waiting for you. Now I'm gonna play with you for a very long time, Jubei. And this fight was pretty hard, actually. It took me a while to beat her. Jubei ends up saying, hey, there isn't a man on earth that would want to be playing with your ass. You're freaking hideous. Transvestite, back off, right? Jubei's just calling it how it is, like the badass he is. And then that pisses her off, and we just triggered her, right? We just triggered the beast. She ends up screaming. She ends up yelling so damn loud that it actually shatters the mirror behind her. the same mirror she was looking at herself in like a moment ago. And then we started the fight. This is a pretty good boss fight. This was like a good, challenging, fair boss fight. It takes you a while to beat her, and she uses her umbrella to shoot out this like these petals at you that you kind of have to block. But I die a whole bunch of times during this fight. And during this fight, she just really shoots those. She just shoots like these petals at you that you have to block. And then she can like teleport across the map too. Like if you end up hitting her a couple times, she can end up like teleporting across the room to get to a better place, so she can just shoot you again, shoot you more. So she uses her umbrella to attack most of the time. Use it as a spear to like poke outward. And then she has another move where she actually uses her purse that has a blade at the bottom of it, right? The purse has a blade on it. She ends up running at you and just ends up wailing the blade at you like 10 times. Oh yeah, and then she has another moveset where she kind of lunges her ass at you. She ends up lunging her butt at you so she can kind of slam on the ground with her ass. So let me count all these deaths and let me figure out how many times I died. So once we put her down, she ends up stumbling across the room, ends up whining and moaning in pain. She ends up stumbling to this wall with a painting of Nobunaga on the wall. With her last breaths, she ends up reaching up and goes, "My lord, Nobunaga." And then she like reaches to the painting, touches the painting, and then kisses her palm like she's trying to kiss Nobunaga, right? Fucking such a crazy bitch, man. And then she reaches outward, takes the painting down, and just faints right there. And then the painting ends up falling down, and it reveals like this hidden compartment that has something in it. And then Jubei comes up and ends up going, "All demons will be destroyed." Like just like the classic protagonist, monotone, badass prologue, right? And then it pans to her purse that has the orb on it. So that's one of the orbs that Jubei needs. She ends up just passing out right there, and then she ends up evaporating before our eyes and turns into a bunch of souls, and she's just completely gone. And then this fat fuck ends up just, saying time to eat and walks right on out, right? Man, it's whatever. We look at this hidden compartment, and we can see that it's a switch. We hit the switch, it opens up a hidden door that leads to a cave. We go into the cave behind her room. There's just more caves. And then as we go a little further deeper into the cave, the door behind us closes, and then a bunch of gas sets off. And then our HP starts going down very low. A bunch of bats end up coming after us, flying away or whatever. But this gas ends up taking a bunch of HP from us. So now I die here during the gas. I try to make it through the gas again without using any healing, because I didn't want to waste any healing, because the healing is like so precious. You have a very limited amount of healing. So I die here again. So I ended up deciding to heal a little bit, and then I just book it, right? I had no choice but to heal, so I healed a little bit, and then I just end up running to the end of the cave so I can escape the poison. You get to the end of the cave, and then you can see that we're like on the edge of this cliff, and there's seems to be like an ocean right underneath us with a bunch of rocks. Jubei fucking suicide jumps off the cliff, luckily makes it into the water, doesn't hit any rocks, and then, whoa, that's kind of crazy, right? Whoa. And then he ends up evidently finding a fucking cave in this crystal clear blue water. He ends up finding a fucking cave. Okay, this is fucking crazy. Like, what are the chances of this happening, right? Like, what are the chances of this, like, being possible? It's crazy. Like, why would he even make the decision, right? Like, if you jumped off a cliff after killing a demon and you end up seeing a cave underwater in this rock, would you choose to do this? Like, in no predicament would I ever choose to go into that cave. I just like try to get on land, right? But Jubei, he ends up deciding to go into the cave, right? Let's see what happens. You go into the cave, and then you can see that it has this inner compartment within the rock, and then you can see that there's like a chest here. We can see that there's this thing in the water here. Looks like a spearfish or like a log or something, or a crocodile or something. You end up interacting with it, and it ends up saying there's a round hole with the word honesty on it. So you put the honesty orb in here, and then it activates this like cybernetic like spearfish that we can end up using to go further deeper underwater and travel the inner cave systems, which is fucking crazy, right? Like, Jubei hits his shoulder on a rock in the water. Okay, Jubei's holding on for his dear life. The fish is just booking it, right? The fish is just swimming super fast, ends up leaving the inner cave system, ends up doing like a shooting out of the water. Now it's like kind of surfing above the water, and it's turned into like this ski jet, right? This is fucking crazy. Like I said, man, before, I really didn't like this. They went from, you know, the demon world to this, like, cybernetic, fucking mechanical things that are, like, alien, I guess. I don't know what the fuck is this, man? Like, what is this thing? Like, who made this thing? Like, this shit's obviously not human. Is this, like, a relic of the demons? Like, what the fuck is this? Or is this, like, the relic of the gods? So I didn't like this take, man. I didn't like how they made this. It feels so out of place. The whole mechanical thing, like the mechanical relics of like animals or things, it just felt so out of place for me. It really actually it brought down the game. I didn't really care for it, man. They could have done something else. But this is absolutely crazy, and no way in hell in any real world predicament. No one's living that shit, right? Like, Jubei would be dead underneath the water. Like, after getting hit by that rock on his shoulder, he would have flied right on off and just fucking died there, just drowned underwater. But, you know, Jubei's the protagonist or whatever, so he gotta live. He gotta live. So this thing can, like, go underwater like a fucking fish and go like 100 miles an hour underwater, and then it could jump out of the water like a fish, land on top of the surface area of the water, and then ride the surface tension of the water like a fucking jet ski, right? So this is crazy, man. It absolutely crazy. And then you can see off in the distance is like this huge rock that looks like to be a part of like an island.
Your eyes betray you.
What?
Your eyes reveal that you are thrilled to encounter a man who is stronger than you.
Whatever.
So, let's get started. My name is Gogandantis, the greatest swordsman of all demons.
So you say.
The next scene right after all that is like Jubei walking up onto like the sandy part of an island. You can see that there's like bushes growing on the rocks, and there's like grass growing on the rocks. and it's obviously like an island. There's like a gargoyle behind Jubei. Something catches Jubei's attention behind him. He sees somebody like riding a jet ski towards him. He hears laughing. Turns out to be this guy again, right? He ends up jumping off his jet ski onto the sand. I think it's Gogen Dances, right? He ends up bowing to Jubei. Gogen Dances is like, your eyes are betraying you. Your eyes are revealing your true emotions. In that he sees that you're thrilled to fight him because Gogen Dances is so much stronger than him. And then Jubei's like, whatever, man. It's all bullshit, right? He's just like, this guy is talking bullshit. And then Gogen Dances ends up flinging his blade towards Jubei and goes, let's get this started, right? We're obviously about to fight Gogen Dances again. Gogen Dances ends up saying he's the greatest swordsman of the demons, right? Which he actually is. He actually is the greatest swordsman of the demons. They did a really good job on this guy. And he was really fun to fight. And then Jubei's like, so you say. And then we end up fighting him on the beach. This is actually a really good fight. We got like a door in the background. We have like some rocks on the edge of the door that kind of create like an entrance. We have a gargoyle here on the side on top of like a podium. And so this obviously looks like another like demonic area, like another like ritual demon area, relic area. Gogen Dances has a whole bunch of different attack set. He can like throw a knife at you. He can just swing his sword. And then if like you guys connect blades, you have to go through like a button mash little animation where you guys are fighting for like supremacy. If you win the button mash, you kick them away. If you lose the button mash, you get kicked away. So yeah, I was a little confused about how to beat this guy for a bit because I couldn't land anything on him. He was blocking everything. I ended up looking up online and saw that, okay, I had to charge my attack. I ended up using the spear a lot to fight him here. This was a tough fight. And the funny thing is, this fight's actually not supposed to take that long. Yeah, so like a big thing is that whenever he blocks, you can't actually penetrate his block. His block is unpenetrable. It's just lore reasons, right? So all your attacks just cannot pierce his block. So you have to time your attacks when he's not blocking to bring him down in HP. Because his blade has this like magical like enchantment on it that you can't penetrate. So you have to wait for openings to get him down.
Giving up. We were just getting started.
Jubei!
Keep back! My lady. How shameful to be saved by her twice. Well, I guess you can't help it. So, let's postpone this game for now. But maybe we can begin a new game. Lord Nobunaga is going to attack Odani Castle.
Huh?
What? It is only a matter of time before Odani Castle falls. What will you do?
We have to stop the bleeding. Hold on a minute.
Don't worry.
It's done. Keep still. While I go and explore this island, I have to do something before Odani Castle falls.
You don't have to do this alone.
Don't worry. I'll be fine.
Jubei, he ends up like tripping over himself. He's injured, and Gogen Dances ends up spinning towards him and cuts Jubei on his shoulder. And Jubei is just completely outclassed by him. You're just picking at him. Like during this encounter here, you literally cannot fight this guy. He's literally blocking all your moves. And so Gogen Dantes ends up raising his blade. He ends up saying, "Oh, you're gonna be giving up? We were just getting started." Out of nowhere, OU comes back. She ends up running. She somehow knows exactly where we're at. Ends up coming from the other side of the island. She ends up running up to Gogen Dantes. She swings her blade. It comes in contact with Gogen Dantes' blade. Gogen Dantes just fucking parries her swing, and then she kind of just stumbles on herself. She stumbles and then trips over herself, and then she falls to the fucking floor, right? Gogen Dantes literally just parried her first swing, and that was enough to bring her down on the ground. Fucking crazy, man. Gogen Dantes is saying that it's kind of pathetic that you're relying on her to protect you, right? And then he says, well, it can't be helped that you're relying on her to save you. So, you know what? He's just saying you're essentially just too weak for me. Let's postpone this game until you're like more suitable to be able to fight me. Because Gogen Dantes, he only really cares about having a good fight, right? So it's just whatever, man. And then Gogen Dantes ends up saying, maybe we can play a new game. Lord Nobunaga is going to be attacking the castle soon. That shocks Jubei and OU for some reason. And then Gogen Dantes is like, it's only a matter of time before the castle falls. And then he just like, what will you do? And he kind of just like laughs off and ends up riding his machine that has like a green head in the front of it, has a flag in the back, has a couple like arms, and it has like a pipe in the back, a couple levers in the front. It literally just looks like a steampunked like abomination. It literally looks like an abomination. It literally looks like something that like you cannot fucking make up. Circular, it has jets in the back. It has this wooden frame that's attached to like this huge metallic circle thing. It's essentially like a jet ski. It's like this metallic demon style jet ski that he uses to ride off in the ocean. He ends up laughing hysterically, ends up waving as he rides off into the ocean. Fucking psychopath. And then OU is like, oh, we have to stop the bleeding. Hold up, Jubei. Jubei's like, don't worry. And then OU ends up caring for Jubei here. And then OU ends up saying to Jubei, hey, you hold still. You stay here while I go and fucking explore the island. And then she says, I have to do something before the castle ends up falling. And then fucking Jubei ends up saying, you don't have to do this alone. She says, oh, I'll be fine. And Jubei ends up looking at her ass. You know, it's just whatever.
How can this be?
I'd like to express my thanks to you for saving my son. I have a favor. Find the sacred flute and give it to Jubei.
Sacred flute?
It is a secret instrument handed down in our Oni clan. With the instrument, he could compete with that demon swordsman. Find the sacred flute.
Then, I will find it for Jubei.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, Oyu.
And then now we get to play as OU. If you end up like gifting her like equipment, she essentially be equipped with that equipment. Like if you end up gifting her like armor through the gifting system, she'll end up having that armor and you can play with her with that armor. When she enters into the door, and you can see that the room is kind of just all metallic. There seems to be like spikes on the ground. There's another door off to the right, and there's like a cage in the middle of the room, and then there's like a safe station on to the left. But this whole area just looks kind of like a torture room or something. You see like OU, she's kind of just like wandering inside, and then there's like these white petals that come from behind her and end up forming like a white light in the middle of the room. And then there's like a voice that ends up saying OU. You can see that there's a snake goddess again. OU's like, how could this be? And then there's like an apparition of the snake goddess in the middle of the room with a bunch of petals everywhere, a bunch of like white petals everywhere. You can see her like her tail moving and everything. And then she ends up saying, I'd like to express my thanks to you for saving my son. So this kind of confirms it all, right? This snake goddess here is Jubei's mother. That's fucking disgusting and crazy as hell, all right? And then she says, I have a favor. Find the sacred flute and give it to Jubei. So that's the mission that OU's on right now. Sacred flute? OU says sacred flute. And then the goddess ends up saying, oh, it's a sacred instrument handed down within the Oni clan. And she ends up saying, oh, with that instrument, Jubei can actually stand a chance against Gogondantis. That's the thing that we need so that we can actually break through Gogondantis' his shield. We can't hit him. We practically, because he blocks all our attacks, and we can never defeat him. So that's the instrument that we need so that we can actually start penetrating his shield. And then OU's like, I'll find it for Jubei. And then the snake goddess is like, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, OU. And then the snake goddess ends up she ends up just vanishing back into the realm that she came from. Right? This is OU's mission, is to find that sacred instrument for Jubei. And then she obtains like a red soul bracelet for some reason. There's like this dragon shrine in the middle of the room. We're gonna have to backtrack here with Jubei so you can access this dragon shrine later on. And then you can see like on to the side over there, there's like another door. There's a bunch of doors here that are locked that you can't really access unless you have a key. And you essentially just have to find the keys across the area. So, you know, I end up going down through the middle of the room, down in the middle area to see what was over here. And you can see like there's like this hallway that leads to like an area that's like kind of like a temple filled with shrines, and like there's a bunch of demons here and stuff, but it seems like a temple area. And this door is locked over here too. This whole area, there's just a bunch of locked doors. This statue right here, you need something in order for you to access this statue. This is the statue of Jubei's mom, the snake goddess. We're gonna have to double back here later on as well. You have to open this box, get a key plate so that you can access the gate to the dragon shrine in the beginning of the level, right? So you have to backtrack all the way through the hallway, go back to the beginning of the level so that you can open up that dragon shrine gate. Open up the dragon shrine gate, and at the same time, it looks like it opens up both of the side doors in this room. Oh, you can't access this shrine, only Jubei can. So obviously we're gonna have to come back here with Jubei. So you go through the left-hand door, you can see that the room is just completely overran by the demons. There's like organic sacks on the side of the rooms. They look like to be like egg sacks of something. And it's just there's just a bunch of demons in this area. So this place is obviously overran by the demons, and I guess they're taking up shop in this area. So you go through this section here, and then there's like this little elevator thing right here, like this railing here with chains on it. You can't access that with her. You can only access that with Jubei. So Jubei is gonna have to come back here. So OU ends up leaving this area, kill a bunch of demons. We're gonna access the other door real quick. We access the other door off to the right, and then you can see that this area here is overran by demons as well. Kind of looks more like a castle. There's torches on the walls. There's paintings on the walls of like demons and shit. So, you know, I don't know who the fuck made this place. I don't know who the fuck created this location. Like, who are the fucking construction workers that made this, you know? This is fucking crazy. Like, this whole area, like, who did that painting? Like, who painted that painting on that wall? Did the demons paint that shit on the wall? Were there like scholars or some shit? Like, were there demon scholars, or did humans paint this? So I don't know, man. I'm not sure who the fuck created these construction plans for this location. Fucking demonic, man. Okay, whatever. But this place is overran by the demons. Okay, we just go forward. That other door is locked. That door in the middle of the room here is locked. So we just go through the front door. In this other room right here, you can see that there's like this pool of acid in the middle of the room with the fucking demonic shrine head in the middle of the room with a bunch of demons everywhere. I skipped that shit. Fighting the demons with OU is kind of just a waste of time because she's not really the main protagonist. You get to play as her, and you can accumulate souls with her too, I think. But I don't know. We enter the next room that has like a glass floor to it, and it looks like a grid with a bunch of fucking fish breaking through the glass flooring that end up shooting like water at OU. Like, who the fuck designed this place? Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, who the fuck designed this? So there's like this grid here, though, that floor here, this floor here was put here by somebody. Like, construction workers had to do this work. Who is like constructing this location? I don't understand. So there's obviously like a pool of water under this like glass grid, and as OU walks through the glass flooring, I guess the fish demons here see her, and they like break through the glass and end up spitting water at her. It's just crazy, man. Like, this is like, I don't even understand this, right? Like, and this shit makes no construction sense at all. This room here looks like it's locked. It has this like red like haze over it. You have to kill all these serpent demons here so that you can access the next part of the level here. It looks like a ladder, right? So you gotta kill all these serpent demons, and then you can access this ladder on the side right here that's like locked out. You kill all these demons, go down the ladder, and then there's the other section here. And like off to the left here is just like a big ass pool of water. I guess that's the pool of water the serpents were in that were breaking through the glass. That's their like pool of water, right? And you can see that there's like a bunch of like instruments off to the side right here. And there's just a bunch of demons, and then there's like a lock section over here that Juve needs to come back to. And then as you kill the demon on the wall here, there ends up being this like haze on the wall, like this blue, green, white haze on the wall that looks to be like a portal of some sort, right? Oh, you can go through that portal. She goes through the portal. Next thing you know, we're like in this demon realm where now we're on this like snake skeleton, white or blue like flames on the edge of the skeleton, right? So OU ends up walking down the snake skeleton. There's still just a bunch of fucking demons here waiting for her. You go down, and then she ends up finding like a sword called Galactus or whatever. Pick that up. Save station here. Save a bit. Gets to the end here that looks to be like this like cave of some sort that is just like beaming white light, right? Like this cave looks to be just beaming pure white light. She goes into it, and it seems to be like this like white cave of some sort, right? It looks to be like there's white rocks and like a mirrored floor. These two big ass demons in the middle of the room that you have to fight. Oh, you dies here as well. I die here. Once you take care of those big demons, a bigger axe demon comes, and he's like red. Oh, you has to take care of him as well. She takes care of that dude like it's nothing. Then as that demon dies, he ends up dropping the sacred flute that Jubei needs in order for him to defeat Gogundatis. And then Oyu's like, is the sacred flute. There's nothing else in this area, but this area just seems like a mineral deposit of some kind. But we end up leaving this area. She has to get out of here now. Since she has the flute, she can give it to Jubei. So we end up leaving all this shit. We end up backtracking, getting the hell out of Dodge. We go back into the main room so that we can talk to Jubei. Let's see what happens.
Jubei, how was your wound?
Oh, it's fine.
That's good. Jubei, I brought this at your mother's request.
My mother?
Even in the afterlife, she thinks of you. You can defeat the demons, and even Nobunaga with it. Use it to avenge your mother.
Oyu.
She's like, how's your wound, Jubei? And Jubei's like, oh man, it's fine. I'm a badass. I'm healed up already. I just had to eat a couple couple of weeds. I found some weeds on the side of the rocks over there. I just hunched on over and started eating that shit like a goddamn cow. And I healed right up to full. Like magic, man. So, and she's like, that's good. OU ends up saying, Jubei, I found this at your mother's request. And Jubei's like, what the fuck? My mother? And then OU's like, even in the afterlife, she thinks of you. Yeah, it's cringe as shit, but it's whatever. And then Jubei ends up holding up the flute, looking at it, like, what in the fuck is this? And then OU ends up telling Jubei, with this flute, you can defeat the demons, Jubei. So OU ends up telling Jubei that he can use this flute to defeat Gogen Dantes. She even says, even Nobunaga with it. And she's like, use it to avenge your mother. He's just like, OU. So Jubei's he's grateful for what OU has done, right? Since OU's helped him. And then OU just kind of skimpers off to the side and goes back into the goddamn demon facility or whatever. Like, let's be honest here, man. What are these guys even doing half the time? We should not be like separating like this so that we get picked off. You know what I mean? But OU just ends up just like skimpering off, right? Back into the demon facility. You hear like a bunch of like doors moving and shit. And then Jubei ends up having the flute. Jubei ends up getting that red soul necklace that OU had. All the souls that OU ended up getting through her little adventure, they all get transferred over onto Jubei. So now we're playing as Jubei now. Jubei goes to the front door. And now you can see things have kind of changed. There's like robotic. Okay, look, man. This is what I have a problem with. So now there's like these robotic enemies in front of Jubei that are like square and shoot missiles at Jubei, and they're rolling around and like look, man. I don't like this, man. I'm be honest with you, bro. I hate the transition. I hate this type of transition to this type of enemy. They should have just kept true with just staying with just pure demons, man. I didn't like how they slowly transitioned from demons into mechanical enemies. Like, I just didn't like it, man. It just kind of ruined the feel of the game to me. So like this steampunk type of robots that Jubei has to fight now. These guys they're pretty tough, but Jubei can end up defeating them. I sidestep those guys and then I access the dragon shrine in the middle of the room, and that shrine ends up giving us this hammer that is actually pretty powerful, believe it or not. I didn't really know how strong this hammer was once I first got it, but it actually is pretty strong. It has a lot of crowd control. To like the normal enemies out there throughout the levels, this hammer has a lot of crowd control. And you can kind of just like CC lock them and stun lock them and just start wailing on them. So it's actually really strong. This hammer is pretty strong. But I didn't figure out how strong it was until a little later on. I ended up fighting one of the robots here with a hammer just to test it out. And like the special move is like Jubei jumps up and swings the hammer to the ground, and it does like this earthquake knock up jet type of thing. Like, does this like knock up essentially, right? He hits the ground and then it does like this knock up attack. It's pretty cool, pretty strong, good CC. But these robots here, I take care of these robots. So I make my way through the right hand door first. I get to the back of the area here. There is that like orange or brown lock, and you can see like OU's here as well fighting a demon. So I'm using the hammer and unlock that area. And there's just like a demon over here. Kill the demon, and there's a key on the ground. Pick up the key. There's also like another geared machinery off to the side right here. I don't know what it is, but I guess it's like the demons are using this area for something. So you move up the ladder, and then the ladder leads us up to this area over here, back into that other room with like the pool of acid and like the demon shrine in the middle of the room, right? So we're just back in this area. I make my way back to the beginning of the level here, and then there's like this cutscene.
Tell me, Tokichiro, where did you hide the gold?
What are you doing?
Jubei, this man came here for gold. He told me that he would serve Lord Nobunaga for riches. He's a slippery one.
Magoichi, is this true?
I knew it! I knew there was something! I won't forgive you!
Whatever. I do what I want.
You arrogant coward! Come back here!
Saiga's like, hey, Tokichiro, where the hell did you hide the gold? And then the midget dude is just laughing fucking hysterically into the sky. He's like on top of this railing too, in the middle of the room. Jubei ends up coming into the room as well. Tokichiro's like, hey, Jubei, Saiga came here for gold. And that he would even serve Nobunaga for the riches. He's still laughing, and then he's like, he's a slippery one. He's gonna betray your ass, Jubei. He's gonna betray your ass for gold, for Nobunaga. That's what he's essentially saying, bro. He's just going off. He's busting a load right now in his pants, just telling Jubei this. Fucking laughing hysterically, like at the Joker and shit. And then he fucking scampers off further deeper into the fucking demon facility. And then Saiga is just looking up into the fucking sky like, what the fuck? He looks confused as hell. And then Jubei's like, Saiga, is that true? And then Saiga looks off to the side and doesn't say a damn word. I don't know why Jubei even fucking messes with these guys, man. These guys obviously plotting against his ass, man. Like, if they're willing to serve Nobunaga for, like, riches and, like, status, they're just gonna essentially just turn on Jubei. So I don't even know why Jubei even, like, is even friends with these guys, to be honest. You hear Ike in the background saying, I knew it! And you can see his wide frame come to the side right here. He's saying, I knew something was wrong. And then he's like, I will never forgive you. And then he like tries to attack Saiga. And then Saiga just sidesteps him, right? He's like, Saiga's like, whatever, bro. I'll do whatever the hell I want. And then that triggers Ike. He's like, you arrogant coward, come back here right now, bro. Come back here right now, bro. And he like chases after Saiga, right? So, and then Jubei's just off there looking at it and just going, what in the hell? If I was Jubei, dude, I would consider these guys my enemy, to be honest. I just consider these guys my enemy. I would not even help these guys. Like, if they were like on death's bed, at death's door or whatever, and like they needed my help, I'd just let the demons kill them, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, if they're gonna fucking like backstab me for Nobunaga and they're willing to like sell out for fucking gold and sell out for like being like a prince or some shit, right? Or a king or a feudal lord, right? If they're gonna help Nobunaga for that, I mean, just might as well just let them rot, man. Might as well just let them die. Jubei has to work through the rest of the facility here. I ended up dying over here exploring with Jubei. I got trapped between two robots in this hallway right here with a bunch of chains. I got trapped between two robots and they ended up killing me. So yeah, I died over here. Yeah, in this area I was a little bit lost. Like, I had a key that I found, but I didn't know where it went, like where I was supposed to go. So I ended up exploring for a bit, trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. I actually looked it up online. I had to get a little bit of help because I was like lost for a bit. I was like, where the hell am I supposed to go? And I ended up fighting a couple demons outside and I ended up dying for some reason. And then I die a second time fighting these demons. Don't know why. And then I die a third time against the same demons. And then a fourth time, I think I was trying to practice critical strikes for some reason. Yeah, during this whole section here, I was kind of a little lost. I had to look up what to do in this area. I had to look up someone else's playthrough to see like, oh, how the hell do I progress to this location? And it turns out that you need to go through the door with a bunch of sacks in it where the demons are like, kind of like, has these like egg sacks everywhere or whatever. And then there's like a fan on the ceiling up here. You have to use the wind sword, use the special so you can trigger the fan. And then once the fan is triggered, it triggers the mechanism for the little pedestal over here with like the chains. It triggers the chains to this little thing here that bring you down. And then you go into this other section over here with a bunch of like boxes kind of moving through the ceiling over here on railing. And there's just a bunch of demons over here as well. You just move forward. There's a bunch of robots. Like this robot he ends up flying and then comes down, ends up working on the side over here on something. Stays like kind of stationary over here and it's like working on something. So he's not hostile. This area here looks to be like kind of like a storage facility where the robots can work. So, you know, you go up the ladder, you go through the railing on the top side of the level over here, and then you go to the end of it where there's like this other ladder. You go down the ladder, there's like this weird section over here, like candles and like a door. You go through that door and then you enter this other room where there's like a fucking skeleton on the door, and there's like more like fucking alien sacks or demon sacks on the wall, and there's like an energy pool here that you can like charge up your energy. Further into this room, you can see that there's like a fucking like a sacrificial like table off to the side over here with like chains and sharp metallic ridges to hold fuckers down. There's like a candle, and there looks to be like this chalice above the table that looks to be completely like soaked in blood, and like there's this like, organic like material on it. And it just looks like a fucking cursed place, man. It just looks completely cursed. The demons are, you know, using this place to satisfy their fetish, you know. Another puzzle here that you end up solving, and you get like a golden key to move forward throughout the level. Off to the right hand side of this room, there's like this fucking pulsating door with some form of like skull and two eyes. It's like pulsating this red energy. It says this door is locked by some mysterious power. One scarlet jewel is missing. So we need to find the scarlet jewel for the eye here to complete this little puzzle here, so we can move forward throughout the level. So we end up leaving this area, and we end up going back through the railing over here. We end up leaving this area and get back to that storage area where the robots are working, and then we end up leaving that area into the next room. Move up the ladder, and then there's like this little red section over here that has like this reddish wiring on either side that looks to be like organic or whatever. It looks to be a part of the demons, right? This thing, I don't know what this is. It's just demonic, right? The whole thing looks demonic. In this red compartment here, there's a keyhole with golden letters on it. Obviously has like a keyhole for a key, right? So we use the golden key here. It stops all the boxes from moving on the railing here, and then Jubei ends up jumping on the boxes here to cut across this railing over here to the other side of the room, where there's like this other section. And in this other section, there's another door here that needs another key that we have. So we end up using that key, and we go through that door. It looks to be more traditional Japanese with wood and like this lion statue here off to the side. And then there's like this other statue in the middle of the room that is used like, I guess, as a shrine for something. And that has a little puzzle in the middle of it. You end up solving the little puzzle over here. Opens up a portal here in this room. And then you go through that little portal, and then now you're like on top of this Japanese building and on a rooftop with a pool of water underneath the building. And now we're like in this town. This looks to be like the town in the first game where there's like water. It looks to be like kind of like the same area. And it says at the bottom here we're in Gifu Castle Star Tower. So, you know, you go through the rooftop over here, work your way through the entrance that looks to be broken. There's like a bell in the middle of the tower too. But you go down the ladder, work your way down this ladder over here into the inner workings of the building. I start to realize that as I work my way down this railing over here, I start to realize that, oh yeah, you know what? This is the same exact area in the first game. And there's like lanterns off to the side over here, and it's like a long railing, so you have to work your way down. You work your way through here. Jubei ends up like knocking on the door over here for some reason.
Eke. Hey, Eke. Is that you?
Huh? Jubei! Is that you?
Can you open the door?
Why? Are you locked in? Well, I could open it, but it'll cost you. First, you have to tell me where the key is.
If I knew, I wouldn't ask you.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know how the fuck Jubei knows his door is occupied by somebody, but he ends up knocking on the door for fucking some reason. And then you hear like this humming or singing behind the door. And then Jubei's like, Eke! And it turns out to be Eke walking on the other side of the door. I mean, what are the chances of this, right? But it's whatever, man. It's a fucking video game, right? Eke's like, what? what in the hell? What's going on? And he's like, Jubei, is that you? Jubei's like, can you open the door, bro? Eke just starts laughing his ass off, saying, why, are you locked in? And then Eke's like, I could open it up for you, but it will cost you something. And he's just laughing hysterically. And then he's just like, first you have to tell me where the key is so I can unlock the door for you. And then Jubei's like, if I knew, I wouldn't ask you. And Eke's like, that's so true. And then now we get to play as Eke. And Eke, he just has a spear, and he can throw these these charms at the demons, like fucking Gambit, right? He can throw these charms like Gambit, but it looks like he's throwing like a card. You have to work through these inner levels here as Eke, and it's just like classic Japanese style building complexes with like lanterns, candles, pottery, Japanese paintings on the side of the hallways here and the buildings. So we moved to this area here, and this is the same area like in the first game. And you know, Eke is like, he has to work his way through these pathways here. They're like a bridge between the buildings and other pathways above water. So he just has to fight all these demons and move through this section here. And he's looking for the key that Jubei needs in order for him to open the door and move forward to this section. Which I mean, with his swords, he can just bust through anything. Let's be honest, does Jubei even really need a key to open up a fucking wooden door, right? Like, does he really even need a key to open up a wooden door? Like, you have all these magical blades on you. Can't you just use one of them to completely destroy the door and open it up? Like, come on, man. Like, these locks, like even the locks that we have today are pretty dog shit locks. Like a lock back in this era, like in this time, I'm pretty sure it's complete dog shit. I'm pretty sure the lock is complete and utter dog shit. Like, you can jank that shit open with like a can opener, right? Like, you can probably jank a fucking door open with a can opener back in these days. So I'm not really sure like how Jubei can open up these doors with these like lightning blades, wind blade, and fucking hammer. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of dark. So we're on this mission to find this key for Jubei as he get back into this like Japanese courtyard with the mansion in the front. So we move into the mansion. We have to fight a whole bunch of demons. We're still looking for the key. So it turns out I wasn't in the mansion. I go off to the side over here, like besides the water, move through these serpents, and then move through these demons, and then move up to the side of the waterfall over here. I go to this building over here that has a riverboat on the bottom side of it. So I go down to this area, and I use the boat to travel across this lake onto the other side, where there's like this other building. And in this building over here, this is where we fought one of the main bosses in the first game. That it was like the Spider Queen or whatever, like this queen demon, and it was kind of like horrifying actually. And then we fight a whole bunch of demons in this building over here. I end up dying as Ike over here. It turns out to be like a huge red demon with a big ass axe that you have to fight as Ike. I actually end up dying a couple times to this demon, if not a lot of times, if I don't really remember. I think I died a lot of times. Whenever there was like an instance where I wasn't fighting like a major boss, I tried to conserve healing as much as possible, especially since I knew that I was going to be fighting Nobunaga, right, and he's going to be hella hard. I wanted to conserve everything I needed. So I ended up dying to this guy a couple times. Okay, so for some reason I died to this guy, the red guy, a shitload of times. Like, I died to this guy a shitload of times because I was just being stingy with my healing. But it turned out this dude was a huge problem. Like this guy was actually a massive problem for me. I had to use a little bit of healing, and I had to use my talisman to revive to defeat this guy because he was just that fucking hard. And I think it took me, like, no joke, like about an hour. It took me like an hour of tries to kill this guy, or at least like 45 minutes or something. It took me a while to kill this guy. I'm gonna count all the deaths for this guy, and I'll be back. But yeah, this guy was hella hard for some reason. After I finally kill this red demon with an axe, he ends up dropping a snake key that we can use in the future. So, and then I move forward to the next door over here, and then there's like this hallway with a couple people petrified, like they're stone, cowering for some reason. Look to be scared, and they're petrified. So it looks like we're probably gonna have to come back here. I end up leaving, and I try to figure out where I'm supposed to go. I didn't know this at the time. I end up dying right after fighting that big red dude. And then I try to make my way back to Jubei, and I get to the door. And then once I'm at the door, I realize that I don't have the snake key. And it turns out that I lost all the progress, so I had to go back and fucking fight the big red axe dude again. This time actually, I learned a little bit. I beat him a lot faster this time. I get back to the door where Jubei is, and I end up using the snake key to unlock the door. Eke ends up having a conversation with Jubei.
Here I am. You must know what I want. Hmm?
Yes, I know. Liquor and women.
I expect a great deal of you.
Yes, that's fine.
That's good. That's good. Yep.
Eke's like, here I am. You must know what I want. And Jubei's like, I know, man. Liquor and women. Eke's like, that's exactly what I expect. And then Jubei's like, no problem. And Eke just ends up walking off saying, that's good, that's good. So I guess later on in the future, Jubei's going to have to pay him back with liquor and women, I guess, right? So it's whatever. Now we're in control of Jubei. And then he gets the yellow soul bracelet. And then he receives all the red souls that we got as Eke. And now as Jubei, we can move forward through certain different areas to get a couple other things. We can unlock these doors that have the sword enchantments on them. We unlock this door here with Jubei. It looks like a place of like worship, right? 2 Buddhist monks. There's like another shrine here in the middle of like a soldier or like some form of deity holding up a blade. And then there's like a portal down this hallway, glowing yellow. Make our way through this portal here. We get transferred into this other world. So this is like obviously like a part of the demon realm or something. I don't know. Looks to be like some form of cave. Look like wooden trunks holding up the ceiling with a bunch of skeletons and dirt and everywhere. There looks to be more of those like petrified people turned to stone everywhere. So we move through this level. They're like these like support beams, I guess, on each side of the walls to the rooms. So we move forward to this level, kill a whole bunch of demons, and I eventually die here to a demon in this area here with a bridge. There's like this bridge thing that we have to drop down. And then I die a second time to another demon. I essentially just get like trapped between all these demons and I die here. And then I die a third time in this area again to another demon. One of those agile demons. One of those demons that flip around. I end up dying to him. So I really am just trying to move through this section over here. Figure out what I'm supposed to get. I take care of all these demons here by the bridge. There's like this little switch here that you need to drop down. So Jubei ends up dropping that switch down. It drops the bridge. We move through the bridge. And this whole area here is just, it looks to be all bones. And it just looks to be completely swarmed by the demons. Like this looks to be completely conquered by the demons. Every level is like either got blood and organic sacks everywhere, or it's just covered in bones. And it's just like metallic. And all these demons have different type of styles. But this is just one of their styles, you know. I die another time here to like a fireball. Past a couple of demons, I move to this other section here where these like metal chambers in the middle of the room. They look like to be like little furnaces. I end up hitting one of them and it explodes and it ends up knocking me back. So I don't know what the hell is going on over here. And there's just like a bunch of fucking demons in this area. I end up, sidestepping them and ditching them to move forward. A bunch of demons here with arrows. Sidestep those guys. I end up finding this item here called the Great Powdered Tube that can be used to make those guys that are petrified to normal. Like remove the curse on those people that are petrified. I die another time over here by a demon. And in this area I die a couple times trying to like just navigate the area. I see that there's like this locked pathway up here being guarded by a demon. Take care of a couple of demons and I end up unlocking that pathway. Now all the people that you encounter, you can remove the curse they're under and talk to them. and figure out what's going on. They give you like medicine, and they're like, before I was petrified, I just saw something crazy. So now I move back to the beginning of this section here, and I go back to the portal, and I make my way through the other section again. So it seems like we have to unpetrify those guys where Eke was when he fought the Red Axe Demon. So I try to make my way to there, but as I make my way there, there's like this scene with Saiga.
Magoichi! Are you alright? Damn.
So Saiga, he's just fighting a bunch of serpents with his gun. He's just blasting them. And then Saiga, he ends up getting sideswiped by one of the serpents. Ends up falling to the ground. And Ike is like, Saiga! And Jubei's like, damn. We have to protect Saiga. And he had to defeat all these demons. After we're done killing those demons, Jubei ends up going to Saiga to talk to him.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. I will tell you. But only you. I'm also here to stop Nobunaga. Nobunaga will attack Saiga Village after he takes Odani Castle. What happened in your village is going to happen in Saiga Village.
Why do you care?
Jubei, my mother died just after I was born. The other women in the village with children raised me as if I was one of their own. I was not special. The people of this village are kind and generous to anyone. They do not deserve to be destroyed. This is why I must protect that village. Therefore, I decided to deplete Nobunaga of his funds and supplies.
Magoichi.
That fool! Why does he have to act so tough?
Jubei, wouldn't it be great to live in a time of peace?
Are you right, Saiga? And Saiga's like, I'm fine. It was up to me, I'd just let this dude fucking get murdered, dude. I literally would let this dude just get killed by the serpent demons, man. Because he's literally gonna sell us out to Nobunaga. And Saiga ends up looking off into the lake, where there's like a bunch of fish. A bunch of dramatic music kicks in. He looks deeper into the lake, or the pond here. And then Saiga ends up opening up, and he's like, I'm also here to stop Nobunaga. Supposedly, right? He's like Nobunaga will attack Saiga Village after he takes the castle. What happened in your village is going to happen to mine. And Jubei's like, why do you care? It's so fucking stupid, man. He cares because it's his village, bro. His name is Saiga. The village is named with the last name Saiga. And then Saiga, he ends up going off saying that my mother died just after I was born. The other women in the village with children raised me as if I was their own. Jubei is such a dunce, man. No joke. Like, he cares because it's his village, man. It's like such a brain dead question to ask, bro. Saiga's like, I was never special. And he's like, the people of this village are kind and generous to anybody. They don't deserve to be destroyed by the demons. That's why I must protect that village. And then he goes, so I decided to deplete Nobunaga of his funds and his supplies. The hell? How the hell does that make any sense? This dude is a demon lord. How the hell are you going to deplete his supplies and funds? So fucking stupid. And then Ike's on top of the rooftop drinking his alcohol and listening in to the conversation. He's like, that fool, why does he have to act so tough? And he like starts crying. He just keeps on drinking. He's like weeping and crying. And Saiga rests his gun on his shoulder like a badass and like looks off a bit. And it's like, Jubei, wouldn't it be great to live in a time of peace? And just ends up walking off. No shit, bro. It'd be great in a time like this, filled with demons and fucking killing robots. I mean, of course, I would love a time of peace, right? Who the fuck wouldn't? You would have to be a freaking psychopath not to want a time of peace during this time, especially since there's fucking demons literally spawning out of thin air to freaking murder everybody, right? So as Jubei, we still have to work our way through this section here, fight a whole bunch of demons, and I end up dying in this waterfall section. And then we take the riverboat. We are trying to work our way through this temple. We're trying to get to those two petrified guys there at the end of this hallway. We unpetrify them, and they're like, we used to live here. We snuck into the castle out of curiosity, and they're like, we won't make the same mistake again. We're getting the heck out of here. Good luck if you're going to go up ahead. These guys end up giving Jubei some medicine, and they end up just like, I guess, leaving, right? We enter that door that they were blocking, and it seems to be like this temple shrine with these two torches in the middle of the room. And it's obviously like a Japanese style temple shrine room. You solve the little puzzle here. It opens up a little portal there on the side. You take the portal and then you enter this like demon realm, right? You literally enter hell, right? So we're in this like section where the demons are at. You can see that there's like this, we're like in this cave of some kind. There's like this pool of blood around you with these like bone spikes coming out of the ground, and we just have to work our way through some more demons, right? We open up this door here with this bowl and horns on it. We go into this section here where we enter this hallway where there's just like nothing but fucking like bones and demons everywhere. It's just another demon fortress, right? The classic demon fortress situation. And there's another door here that's heavily locked, has these like bone hands kind of holding it shut. And you know, I just move past these demons and kind of work further into this section. We open up this other door here into this other room where there's this like demon centaur with bat wings in the middle of the room holding up a shield and a sword. And it just looks crazy as hell, right? This looks to be like a fucking sanctuary for the demons, right? This looks to be the playground of the demons. So, you know, I move past all these guys because they're just a waste of time. I just sidestep them all and just move past them. Go into this next section here. There's like these intersecting hallways. Kill off a couple demons. And then there's like another fan section here where you have to use the wind sword to activate the fan. So you can use this stepping station here to move up into this other section where there's like a bunch of loot and treasure and pottery everywhere. And then you end up finding this scarlet key. So now we have that scarlet key eye for that door that was missing the eye, right? And in this room there's just a bunch of fucking treasure, potteries everywhere, chests, gold, coins everywhere, like kind of like a throne. It looks to be like a throne there as well, or maybe another chest of some sort. We unlock that door and it turns out to be like this door in this other section with the paintings, with those demonic paintings. We have to move to the section with the scarlet eye. I get a little lost here for a bit and I forget where it's at, and I die another time right here as well. And because I couldn't figure out where it was at. I completely forgot because I was like hella lost because this place is kind of confusing a bit. So I had to look up a walkthrough to figure out where it was actually located at. I make my way back there and now we unlock the Scarlet Eye door. Then that opens up to this hallway here. It appears to be like underwater. This whole section here appears to be underwater. I guess we're under the lake, right? We're under like the lake or the pond area, and there's like fish swimming outside and there's like moss outside, and we can see the fish like kind of swimming. So I make our way through this hallway, and then it turns out to be the monkey dude, the small little dude out there. And somehow Oyu's out here, right? Makes no damn sense. How the hell did Oyu get over here, right? Like maybe he took a Chiro, brought her over here or something, but how the hell did she make her way down here? Let's see what happens.
Silence!
me go!
It's our Lord's order.
Get away!
Ouch. I can't protect you if you keep defying our Lord. Here. Ha!
Are you all right? What is it?
Jubei, I have to go back to Odani Castle. Jubei, I... Actually, Oyu is not my real name. I am Oichi.
Oichi? You mean that Oichi, wife of the Lord of Odani Castle? Nagamasa Asai? And the sister of Nobunaga?
After I got married 2 years ago, I learned that my husband had 3 daughters from his past wife. I felt betrayed. I wanted to leave. But I learned that my brother Nobunaga was trying to ruin the Asai clan. Once I became a member of the Asai family, I thought I should stop my brother. So I went to Gifu Castle and tried to take his life. That's when I met you. After that, nothing else mattered to me. Only you. You. But now I can admit that I'm being selfish. You said that your mother is your mother, no matter what. Blood or no blood. My 3 daughters are waiting for me. I have to return.
Oyu.
Here we go, Jubei! It's game over for both of you!
So Oyu is like, Tokichiro, get off of me. And then Tokichiro's like, silence, foolish girl. And she's like, yeah, let me go. And then he's just like, it's our Lord's order. And then Jubei ends up coming up and just fucking one arm shoves him across the room, and he fucking hits his back on the edge of this like structure over here, right? Fucking concrete structure. And then fucking Tokichiro falls like face first onto the ground and picks himself up and is like, I can't protect you. And he's like, I can't keep on protecting you if you keep on defying our Lord. And he's like holding his back. He hits like this switch, I guess, on this like fucking demon machinery thing over here. And it like sets off a booby trap where these guys were perfectly standing and they fall down in the booby trap. Tokichiro is like holding his back and he's in pain. And now we're in this like at the bottom of the booby trap. There's like two skeletons down here, and Jubei's like, "Are you all right?" To Oyu. He looks around and then looks back up. The trap door closes shut, and it looks like they're like just trapped down here. And then Oyu she's still sitting down, kind of looking off. And then Jubei's like, "What is it?" And then Oyu is like, "I have to go back to Odani Castle." And she's just like, "Jubei, Oyu's not my real name. My name is Oichi." And then Jubei's like, "Oichi?" Like it somehow like makes sense to him, right? And he's like, "Oichi, the wife of the lord of the Odani Castle and the sister to Nobunaga?" So it turns out this chick is Nobunaga's sister. Can you believe that shit? But Nobunaga's a demon now, right? I guess she's not a demon. And she's like, "After I got married 2 years ago, I learned that she learned that her husband had 3 daughters from her past wife, and that she felt betrayed and wanted to leave. And then later on, she learned that her brother Nobunaga was trying to ruin the Asai clan. Once she became a member of the Asai family, she took some responsibility and was like, I think I should be the one to stop her brother. So she went out and tried to take his life. And then she met Jubei, and I guess she fell in love with him, and nothing else matters, right? And then she's like, only you. But then she's like, but now I can't admit that I'm being selfish. So she just like kind of fell in love with him and was like, she's being selfish now. She ends up recalling that, oh, you said before, Jubei, that your mother was your mother no matter what. Even if your mother was a snake bitch, you would love her no matter what, right? She's blood, and blood is blood. And then she was like, my $3 are waiting for me. I have to return. And then Jubei's like, oh, yeah. And then she kind of like turns and rests her head on Jubei's like shoulder, right? And then they're about to kiss, and then next thing you know, we hear fucking a bunch of explosions go off, right? And then this piece of shit over here is just like, it's over, bro. It's game over, Jubei. It's all over, bro. It's over for both of you. And then he just starts hitting all the switches on the fucking the self-destruct sequence, on this demon PC fucking switch trigger thing. I don't know. He just starts hitting all the switches and just like self-destruct this whole building. He's holding his back because he's still in pain too, but it's whatever. He ends up walking off, and the place is self-destructing. Everything's exploding. Jubei's holding on Oyu or Ichiya, whatever her name is. Those explosions end up breaking one of the walls for some reason. I guess one of the walls was like fucking hollow, and there was like a hallway on the other side. Alright, it's whatever. These fuckers designed this building, right? And if you design those like self-destruct sequence to set off an explosion in this area, like what the fuck are you guys doing, man? Who designed this area? It's whatever. It opens up a section over here. There's like flames right here, I think. We go through and there's like this hallway. There's like pipes busted open, rubble everywhere, machinery all busted open. Make our way down this hallway into this door. This location's on fire as well, and the explosion goes off and knocks away Jubei and Oyu. They end up like flying apart, right?
But you are...
Dantes.
Are you all right? You don't have to be thankful. It is quite natural for men to save weak women.
Jubei.
Stay back.
Ah, now. This is the battle that I've been waiting for. The final round. My name is Guggen Dantes, the greatest swordsman of all demons.
Whatever. You saved her. At least that was honorable.
Thank you. My name is Guggen Dantes, the greatest swordsman of all demons.
Can we get on with this?
I'm all yours. En garde!
And then Jubei's like, Oyu! And then Oyu's like holding on to dear life on a fucking cliff. And then Gogan comes right on in and just like sweeps her up like fucking Superman. God tier reflex. And then Oyu's like, but you are. And then Gogan is just, he stands her up. And then Jubei's like, Dantes. I guess like a nickname for Gogan. And then Gogan, he kind of just like, he bows, I guess. And he goes, are you all right? You don't have to be thankful. And he's like, it's actually kind of natural for men to save weak women. And then she bows too. There's like flames going off in the background. This place is obviously going through like some form of self-destruct sequence. And Jubei's like, stay back. And then Jubei kind of gets into the stance where he's getting ready to sword fight Gogan. And then Gogan is like, now this is the battle that I've been waiting for. The final round. And he takes out his sword. He has his sword out, and it's like, and then he goes off and says the same exact shit for the third time. He's saying, my name is Gogan, the greatest swordsman of all the demons. Kneel, right? And he ends up flinging his sword around, going through the same routine. And then Jubei's like, whatever. He ended up saving Oyu, so that was honorable. And he's like, thank you. My name is Gogan, the greatest swordsman of all the demons. Thank you. And then he's like, Jubei's like, can we get on with this? Can we get this shit over with? And then Gogan is like, I'm all yours. On God. And this is a pretty badass fight. Now we get to fight Gogan again. In this area here, you can see like there's demon machinery all kind of busted open, and there's like a fucking crevice in the middle of the room. Got flames everywhere. But this time, since we have the flute, it's gonna be a little different. Yeah, I died the first time I meet him, but now that we have the flute, it's gonna be a lot easier to fight Gogan. So first time I died to him. The second time I get to him, I end up using the flute to drop down his shield, right? And now that it's kind of like a fair fight, we can actually like damage him. It's a pretty cool fight, pretty badass fight. Not as hard as the other ones though. They did a really good job with this guy. His movesets stay the same each time you fight him. Let me count these deaths real quick and I'll be back when the fight's over.
Dantes.
Magnificent. You've become so strong.
Dantes.
So impressive. Now, please do one thing for me, Jubei. Tell me my name.
Your name is Gogan, the greatest swordsman of all the demons.
Thank you, Jubei.
Once we beat him, he ends up getting dropped, and he has blood coming out from his side there. And then Jubei kind of comes to his aid and goes, Dantes, and holds up Gogan. And he's like, magnificent. You became so strong. I mean, really though, like, if you were, it's kind of like hacking, right? Or like cheating. Like, dude, you were kind of cheating the whole entire time because you had like an unpenetrable shield that would block for you almost at all times, except when you were attacking. So, I mean, was it really like a fair fight? Gogan is like, so impressive. Now, please do me one thing for me, Jubei. He's like, tell me my name. And Jubei's like, your name is Gogan, the greatest swordsman of all the demons. And he goes, thank you, Jubei. And then Gogan hands Jubei one of the orbs that he needs and fucking dies on the floor. I mean, it's just whatever, right? Gogan ends up dying there, holding on to one of the orbs that Jubei needs. Jubei takes the orb, it's called the Respect Orb. Now we have to get the hell out of Dodge, right? We end up leaving through the door here. We go to this other section here that's on fire with a bunch of machinery everywhere. We move up this ladder. Now we're like on the pipes. And then we get to this other ladder here, move up the ladder, get to this door. And then as we exit out to this door, we get back to this section here where there's like these statues and it's like this temple area. And then we can see Oyu's right here. She's like, Jubei, I'm glad you're safe. We should get out of here immediately. No shit, right? She tells us that there's like a hole in the statue here for one of the orbs. So we walk up to the statue of Jubei's mom, the serpent deity, right? We put the respect orb in the slot. Let's see what happens.
Jubei!
Wait. What's this?
You're doing well! Even the impenetrable Odani Castle is no match for this battleship. By now, the Oda clan has made their way to Odani Castle. Our victory is sealed!
What? Hey, wait!
This way.
Okay.
So Oyu comes running around saying, Jubei! The place starts shaking. Place starts having like an earthquake. Explosion gets set off. The area starts like shaking violently, like it's going through a fucking 10.10 fucking earthquake. Huge, big ass explosion gets set off in the middle of the room. Shrine starts falling down, rubble everywhere. The statue explodes out of place, and then something kind of emerges in the middle of the room. All these symbols on the side here. It has like these red eyes on the top. A bunch of demons fucking spawn, and they surround Jubei and Oyu. They start fighting. And it's just crazy as hell, right? You hear laughing in the background from fucking Tokuchimo, whatever his name is. And he's like, you're doing well. And then he's like, even the impenetrable Odoni Castle is no match for this battleship. He's like, doesn't matter what the fuck you guys do, we're going to be winning this, right? He's like, all this shit here doesn't mean jack shit. Our victory is sealed. We're going to win this because now we have the battleship. And Tokuchimo fucking takes his sword and fucking enters the battleship. And then fucking Jubei's like, what? And at the same time, he blocks like two demons swinging their blades at him. He swirls a bit and like staggers those demons. And Tokuchimo ends up hijacking the battleship and ends up like tearing a hole through the wall of this temple here, or the wall of this facility here with the battleship. Ends up setting off into the ocean with this battleship. That's like steampunk, and it fucking flies. It's crazy as hell, man. Like, how the hell is this a possibility, right? It looks like it's gonna be like riding off in the ocean, but no, it fucking like lifts up going like 15 miles, 20 miles an hour, and then like sets off into the sky, fucking flying, right? Absolutely crazy, right? Like, I don't know how the hell that thing picked up enough speed to lift off like that. That's the demon technology right there for you. Jubei and Oyu just look off to the distance in like shock and awe because they saw some shit that like completely defied logic, right? So now Oyu and Jubei, the place is kind of like shaking still, it's falling apart. Jubei's like, over here, right? They have to get out of here. They go to this other section over here that's like a shrine of some sort that has like machinery everywhere. They end up seeing this thing in the middle of the room. There's like lanterns on the corners of the room here, and there's like something in the middle of the room that looks a little weird. Jubei and Oyu end up approaching it and going, we may be able to catch the flying boat with this. And Oyu's like, yes. Or she's like, yeah. And the explosion's still setting off. Then you hear like a robotic noise, end up saying, explosions, evacuate area, explosions, self-destruct sequence setting off. This place is gonna be fucking obliterated, right? And then Jubei's like, damn it, I have to get this door open. And then Oyu's like, I'll help you. They move forward, and on each side there's like this circular kind of department with a charm on each end. It looks a little weird as well. Now we're like involved with this another puzzle sequence that we have to solve in order for us to move forward. I end up failing the puzzle once and end up dying. You have to turn both sides of the controller, both sticks of the controller at the same time to move up this gate. And then once you move up the gate, you can move forward with the story, alright? Let's see what happens.
We did it!
It's open.
Let's go!
What do we do now?
Trust me.
Jubei, watch out!
Hang on! Now, let's go!
All right.
And it turns out that thing in the middle of the room is a fucking, looks like a plane. It's like a small little plane or a small little dragonfly. The plane dragonfly thing comes down and they're like, we did it. The door ends up opening. Jubei and Oyu end up going underneath the dragonfly thing or the plane thing. And it ends up simultaneously dropping down fucking handles for them to hold on to and take off. And then she's like, what do we do now? Jubei's like, trust me. And at the same time he says that shit, the dragonfly plane ends up shooting out like these metallic arms to hold on to both of them. It kind of like supports them. And then there's like a jet engine in the back of this goddamn dragonfly, right? The jet ends up firing and they just like fly out of the cave, right? They leave the facility, the fucking explodes, rocks go flying everywhere, and it's completely fucking chaotic, and Oyu's like, hang on, and then they end up flying, shockwaves, explosions, it's absolutely crazy, and the dragonfly ends up doing like cartwheels, somersaults, do a barrel roll, it just does like end up dodging all the debris that flies out of the goddamn cave from the explosion. And they're on their way to the battleship that Tokichiro ended up stealing, right? And then Jubei's like, now, let's go! And then they evacuate from the fucking plane, the dragonfly plane, onto the side of the battleship. Okay, the plane comes flying back and hits the side of the battleship, and one of the wings just snaps off completely and just fucking is completely totaled, right? The plane gets completely totaled after they evacuate it. And then Oyu ends up falling off from the side. Jubei ends up like saving her with one hand. So they successfully got onto the side of the battleship that's flying off. So it's absolutely crazy, right? Like insane, right? Okay, so the next scene that we have here, we have like just a bunch of like mechanical gears kind of spinning around. This looks like it's inside of the ship. You got the windows of the ship on the side here as well. And we see like one of the windows ends up breaking, and then Jubei ends up jumping through the window. Oyu is like, let's find Tokichiro. Yes. Now we're inside this steampunk ship. And then Oyu ends up like wandering off without Jubei. And we get to play as Jubei. This is the ship. This was a pretty good level. I like this level. I wasn't really a big fan of the whole steampunk thing, but the design to this area was pretty cool, I guess. You can see the design of the interior of the ship. There's just like a bunch of these pipes and metal compartments, metal containers for like the inner workings of the ship. And so we move to the door in the middle of the room here. We get to the other side, and there's just like a bunch of demons in this area. A bunch of crates. It just looks like a storage area. Then we get to this other room over here. It has like this like weird pattern on the wall, pillars on the side over here, and then there's like this conveyor belt in the middle of the room as well. There's just like a bunch of demon archers in the middle of the room over here. So it looks like to be like this this being that looks like a seahorse with a white light in the middle of its body. It just looks weird. It really does look completely weird. So we move to this second conveyor belt section, into this top side here, to this like reddish golden door. And then we have this scene over here.
Tokichiro!
So, the cockroach is still alive!
Jubei!
Take the steering wheel.
What? But I don't...
Just do it!
Or we see like Tokichiro, he's navigating the ship here with like 3 demons kind of operating the control panels while he's steering it. And there's like this huge circular window in the middle of the room here so that they can look forward, so they can like observe what's going on in front of the ship. And Jubei's like, Tokichiro! That gets everybody's attention. And then Tokichiro's like, whoa, so the cockroach is still alive. And then Jubei ends up taking care of these 3 demons like nothing. He ends up taking care of these guys like nothing. And then one of the demons over here gets kind of like, ends up stumbling across the room, ends up hitting the steering panel, and ends up turning the ship off course. And the ship begins to shake violently. And everybody starts to stumble. And then Tokichiro, he ends up like taking advantage of the situation and ends up running off. And then Jubei's over here. He tries to like reorganize the ship so it doesn't go off, doesn't like go crashing off, right? And then OU ends up coming from behind Jubei. And then Jubei's like, take the steering wheel to OU. And then she's like, I don't know how to navigate this. And then Jubei's like, just do it. And so OU ends up like navigating the ship. So I don't even know how these people even know how to navigate this, right? Like maybe OU's been training for this her whole life, right? Maybe she knows how to steer this ship in the middle of the sky, right? So OU ends up taking control of the ship. Jubei ends up ditching her to go search for Tokichiro, right?
Oh? Give up! No matter what you do, Odani Castle will fall.
What?
You know that the strong will always prey upon the weak. However hard you try, Lord Nobunaga will conquer the entire country. You should just give up now.
Silence! It is the first order of the Yagyu clan to stop all demons in the underworld. Now, prepare yourself, Tokichiro!
Wait. If you really want this ship, I shall give it to you. I've even got a surprise for you. Enjoy your ride!
Next scene, we have Tokichiro kind of like struggling with the door. He's like struggling with the door and he's trying to get to the other side. He's trying to open the door to get to the other side. He just can't open the door. It's too tightly shut. He hears Jubei's footsteps behind him. He gets his attention and he goes, give up. No matter what you do, Odani Castle will fall. And Jubei's like, what the hell? And then Tokichiro's like, you know the strong will always dominate the weak. No matter how hard you try, Lord Nobunaga will conquer everybody. You should just surrender. That triggers Jubei and he's just like, silence! And he raises his blade towards Tokichiro. And then Jubei's like, it's the first order of the Yagyu clan to stop all demons from the underworld. Prepare yourself, Tokichiro. And then Tokichiro's like, if you really want the ship, I'll just give it to you. And then I even got a surprise for you. And then he ends up chucking his fucking samurai blade at Jubei like a fucking spear. Jubei ends up sidestepping it. So this door that Tokichiro was like struggling with for all this time, the moment he sees Jubei, he gets like this adrenaline rush. He has the strength necessary to fucking roadhouse kick the door open. And then he like suicide jumps off the side of the ship screaming, enjoy your ride, Jubei. From his like back spawns like 2 bat wings. And he just like glides the fuck off.
Watch out! Odani Castle will fall. I must do something. What is this? We can attack with this.
Do you know what you're doing?
We must have faith. Anyway, we must do whatever we can to stop Oda's army. Nothing to it. Curse that, Tokichiro! There's only one way out of this. Head for Gifu Castle.
Gifu Castle?
Nobunaga must die.
Come on!
Jubei!
And in the background, you see like just a bunch of fucking, what is that? A bunch of like horses, I guess, with demons. And then Jubei, he's looking out of the door and he sees that the ship is like about to crash into the castle. And then OU ends up navigating the ship so that it barely nicks the side of the castle. We have this scene here with OU is navigating the ship, and then Jubei ends up coming into the scene. And then Jubei's like, Odani Castle will fall. I must do something. And something gets Jubei's attention off to the side here. And he's like, what is this? We can attack with this. And then OU's like, do you know what you're doing? And then Jubei ends up raising his left hand, the hand with the sign on it, on the palm. And he ends up saying, we must have faith. We must do everything we can to stop Oda's army. And then he hits like a switch on one of the panels. We cut to the middle of the room here with the big ass window in front of the ship, and you can just see like a bunch of horses with soldiers on top of them riding off in front of the ship. And then you can see that like they just start blasting, I guess, at the fucking horsemen. The ship just starts blasting at the horsemen. There's explosions going off. The horsemen are fucking like fleeing, and it's absolutely crazy, right? And the whole scene just like is engulfed in flames. And then Jubei's like, see, nothing to it. Easy as pie. As they're looking forward, all of a sudden like an explosion gets set off inside the ship. We have a cut here to like the engine room where there's just like a bunch of explosions setting off, targeting the engines. And then Jubei's like, curse that Tokichiro, that midget monkey motherfucker. She ends up trying to steer the ship. And then Jubei's like, there's only one way out of this. Head to Gifu Castle. And then OU's like, Gifu Castle? And then Jubei's like, Nobunaga must die. Finally, we can kill Nobunaga, right? Finally, we're finally getting to the source of the problem. Have the castle, and then off to the side, right behind the castle, there's like alien kind of craft thing with a bunch of sacks with like looks like a shell on top of the craft. It looks very alien in nature, right? The top here looks like kind of like a horseshoe crab. It looks something like that's not from this world. This is like the demon's hideout, I guess. Like Nobunaga's hideouts here. And then you can see like the ship off to the distance on the top right-hand corner. And then we can clearly see the ship is like burning. It's burning from the back, and it's kind of on course straight at the castle, right? And then we see clearly that the back of the fucking engines are just completely blown. Everything's on fire, and it's heading straight to the castle. It ends up hitting the castle grounds, hitting the side of the building. The ship ends up like kind of breaking apart, a bunch of dust everywhere, a bunch of rocks everywhere, and that shakes like the demon castle. And you can see like all the organic sacks start to like shake and make a bunch of nasty sounds. Jubei ends up jumping to the side here. And then OU, she begins to stumble and she's having a hard time jumping to the other side. The battleship ends up like creaking and kind of drifting. It's falling apart, right? OU is just like struggling to jump to the other side. OU's like, Jubei! And then Jubei is like, OU! And try to reach for each other. Jubei's like, OU! The ship ends up like kind of falling behind. It ends up like drifting behind, and then OU ends up falling back into the ship as like there's like a raging fire coming from the ship. And she's like screaming, and the ship ends up collapsing behind itself and ends up falling down. It's just completely on fire, and it looks like it's completely done, right? Like it's on its last legs, and it looks like it could explode at any moment. The next scene is just Jubei. Now we're inside the castle. We have to navigate out of the castle now. Move to this other section here that's a little bit more intact, and it's like kind of like a resting room, I guess. Then we have this scene.
Eke! Jubei! I've decided to serve Nobunaga. If I bring your head, I will become a feudal lord. Prepare yourself.
Eke, how could you?
I warned you. I will do anything to achieve my dream.
Are you serious? If so, I will not hold back.
Are you ready, Jubei? Ready to face the master of the Hozoin spear?
Jubei ends up like walking into this room over here, and then we see like a spear come out of nowhere. Try to hit Jubei, but Jubei ends up dodging it. Jubei hits the spear, ends up tumbling across the room, and then he's like, Eke! Eke is over here, and he ends up telling Jubei, I've decided to serve Nobunaga. I mean, if we didn't see this shit coming, we saw this shit coming a mile away, right? So I don't know why Jubei is surprised about this shit. And then Eke is like, if I bring your head, I'll become a feudal lord. And that's like his fucking dream, right? And then Eke is like, prepare yourself. And then Jubei is like, Eke, how could you? I can't believe it, bro. And then he's like, I warned you. I'll do anything to achieve my dream. I know, right? That's the thing is, like, we saw this coming a mile away. I don't know why Jubei's surprised here. I should have let him die a long time ago. And so Eke ends up, like, moving forward and ends up trying to strike Jubei. Jubei hits the spear back again. And then Jubei's like, are you serious? If you're serious, I'm not going to hold back. Eke kind of collects himself. And he's like, are you ready, Jubei? Ready to face the master of the Hozone spear? And he ends up spinning his spear like around him, and he's getting ready to attack Jubei. And now we get to fight Eke, right? This wasn't really a tough fight. It was actually one of the more easier fights in the game, and he doesn't really have any crazy abilities. Like, he'll charge his attacks, and he'll end up like swinging at you, but for the most part, he's really not that challenging. I take care of him my first try here. I actually beat him my first try. Once we beat him, let's see what happens.
Eke! Eke!
Jubei, I have no wife and no child. All I have is booze and women. But even that fades after time.
No. Don't say such things.
Jubei, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Namu. Oh.
Eke! Huh?
He ends up stumbling here, holding his chest, and then falls to the ground with his back. And then Jubei's like, Eke! And he like aids and caresses Eke here. Eke's like, Jubei, I have no wife, no kids, no family. All I have is sluts and alcohol. And he's like, even that just fades after time. And Jubei's like, don't say such things. Eke's like, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. He holds up his hands and his fingers and then goes, Namu, Namu, and then just dies right there, I guess. He just completely dies right in Jubei's arms. We see Eke's necklace off to the side here. And you see like, oh, there's like tears in Eke's eyes when he's like dead. And then we obtain Eke's keepsake. We get his necklace. And Eke's keepsake, it heals us to full. And I think it restores your energy as well to full. Alright, so after we kill Eke, we move forward here. And you can see that there's just more demons everywhere. There's like these steps here in this room that lead upward. We take those stairs and we move up in the Japanese building. and there's just a bunch of demons here. I end up dying here to a couple of those demons. Now we're like on the top of this Japanese building, Japanese tower. They fight a whole bunch of demons, and you can kind of see that off to the side here, we're right next to the demon's lair. That huge alien-looking building, we're right next to it. Before we go into the building, I move into the building right next to it first, and there's just a bunch of these like floating demons with skulls in the building. Take care of those guys, just look around for like loot and shit. And I get on the top of this building and I see that there's like this huge reddish skull demon with like a yellow sack in the middle of it, right? This is like a boss of some sort, like a mini boss. So I end up fighting this guy. I end up dying a couple times here, and I end up defeating him, and then he drops like a golden scale that you can use somewhere. And the demon's little castle over here, the demon's little section over here, there's like this black fog that's blocking the way to the tower. And before you can go into the demon's like sanctuary here, you have to find a way to get rid of that black fog. In this room over here, there's like this purple like light coming from the bottom of the floor here. If you use this like purple wedge thing here, you just get into this this dungeon here where you just get to fight a whole bunch of demons, and you'll end up getting like a reward at the end of this dungeon here. But it just goes on for a very long time, so you just have to like live through these waves of demons for reward at the end of the dungeon. I died one time in this area. I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to, like, what I'm supposed to do. So I'm like, okay, I gotta use this golden scale for something. I go back to the top of the tower, and I notice that there's like this golden fish right here on the top of the tower. I end up putting back the scale on this fish here, and it ends up like glowing yellow, and then the fog ends up disappearing. Now we can access the demon sanctuary. We're moving to the sanctuary here, and the place is just covered in like organic veins everywhere. It looks like intestines, veins on the sides over here. The entrance is like made out of bone, and this is just like the demon sanctuary. You got like bone spikes off to the side over here, and you can see like in the middle of the area over here, there's like this yellow light kind of illuminating in the middle of the room with like a bunch of veins kind of surrounding it. And it just turns out there to be like a kind of like an elevator of some sort, made out of bones and organic material. There's like this pattern on the door to the elevator. It's like fractured, and it has like an organic material in the middle of the door. So we can't go through it just yet, and we need a specific orb to activate the elevator, so we can't move through it just yet. We move up this ladder here. When we get to the top of the ladder, let's see what happens.
One more time!
Gingham Fats, can't you die?
I told you I was immortal! This is going to be the real final fight! And my revenge!
Okay, we hear laughing, and it sounds like fucking what's his name? I forgot his name, but he goes, "One more time," and Jude's like, he immediately knows who it is, and he goes, "Gingham Fats, can't you die?" And he's just laughing, he's giggling. "I told you I was immortal. This is gonna be the real final fight, and my vengeance." And then Jubei gets ready to fight him, and then we fight Gingham Fats again. Okay, this fight was hard as fuck. This is one of the harder fights in the game. I think this might be the hardest fight in the game, believe it or not. Yeah, I think this actually, for me, this was the hardest fight in the whole damn game. This took me like a day or two to fucking actually beat. Gingham Fats here, he has, for the most part, the same movesets, but there's a couple other additional movesets that he has. So now he's like, he runs around this area to try to find you and attack you. And if he comes in contact with you, he just hits you to the ground. For the most part, some of the same moves. So one of the new movesets that he has is that he'll end up separating from his bottom half of his body, and then you get to see that Gingham Fats is actually like two beings put into one. His crab section, his like legs get to like kind of walk off and do their own thing, and he's actually like a bug type of demon where he has wings, and he'll just end up flying across the room trying to attack you, and his legs will be climbing up the walls, or his legs will just be coming to you, trying to stampede you. He'll end up like flying out of the window too, and kind of like coming back in to hit you from the other side. Yeah, this guy was really fucking hard during this fight. It took me a long time to beat this guy. He was for sure the hardest guy in this whole game. So I hit a point where I was dying so many times during the fight with Gogenfats that I was like, okay, I'm too under leveled, like my swords aren't strong enough. I need to start farming souls so that I could so I can increase my damage. So I just ended up going into the where you can just fight a whole bunch of different waves of enemies, farming souls in that area for a bit. I ended up dying a whole bunch of times too in farming these waves for souls. But let me count all the times I've died farming the waves as well, and I'll be right on back. Well, once you get the last hit on Gogenfats here, he ends up kind of like stumbling down. He ends up hitting his legs, and he falls into like this kind of abyss or this hole in the ground, and he's holding on to his legs to kind of support himself up, but his legs are fighting him and are kind of like hitting him in the head and trying to like knock him off. His own body is kind of like fighting him to get off of him. After a while, his legs kind of give out, and they both end up falling into this like molten abyss, and they just burn alive, and they fucking die. And then Jubei comes over and goes, try to come back from that. So it seems like Gogenfats is finally fucking dead. And then we can see like, we have this little scene here where we get to see his blade. We can see that his weapon actually starts to shine in the middle of it, and you can see that it has one of the orbs that Jubei needs. Jubei ends up picking up the strength orb from Gogenfats' weapon, and now we can access the bone elevator in the middle of the room. Jubei accesses the elevator.
Jubei.
Oyu?
Jubei!
Oyu! I didn't know you survived.
Jubei.
It's time to go.
Why?
You need to go home. I'll finish this alone.
But...
Nobunaga is still your brother. You cannot be involved.
Jubei. Jubei!
I hope you find happiness.
Jubei.
And then before Jubei actually enters the elevator, he looks off to the side and he gets to see that Oyu's still alive, and she's like right out the walkway over there. They end up doing like a slow-mo scene where they end up like walking to each other or end up running to each other, and they end up like caressing one another, holding on to each other. And then Jubei's like, I didn't know you survived. And then Oyu is like, Jubei. And they end up hugging each other, caressing one another. And then Jubei's like, it's time to go. And then Oyu's like, why? You need to go home. I'll finish this by my damn self. Nobunaga's still your brother. You cannot be involved. And then Oyu's like, Jubei. Then Jubei ends up like walking off to the elevator. Oyu ends up cutting him off. And then Oyu's like, I. And then Jubei is like, what? Oyu looks flustered and frustrated. And then Jubei's like, I hope you find happiness. And then kind of like walks right on off like a god. He goes into the elevator. Oyu ends up looking at him. Elevator doors end up shutting. And then Jubei's off to go fight Nobunaga. And while Oyu just stays there, just all flustered and frustrated. And then she kind of like kneels down and starts crying and starts weeping.
Nobunaga! You're too late, Jubei. I've just transferred my power into this golden evil statue. Look at it. Anyone who witnesses it will kneel before its might.
Never! No one will serve a man who has sold his soul to the demons.
You are not worthy.
So we see like the next scene over here is like this fucking blood-soaked organic door with like organs on the ground. It looks to be like kind of plated with some form of like gold and metal. Door ends up opening. Jubei enters the room and he goes, Nobunaga. And then we see in the middle of the room, there's like this golden kind of shrine with a bunch of candles around the shrine. And it appears Nobunaga is in the middle of the room bowing before the shrine. You see Nobunaga over here raising his hand saying, you're too late, Jubei. And then Nobunaga's like, I just transferred my power into this golden evil statue. Look at it. We can see Nobunaga, he's like kind of decked out in some armor. And then we get to see the statue. It's like a golden skull with two faces kind of on either side. It has like spikes coming off from it on all sides. It has like something at the bottom of it too. And then Nobunaga's like, anybody who witnesses the statue will kneel before its might. And then we get the shot of Jubei's foot. You can see that like even the floor is made out of like organs and it's like organic material. And then Jubei's like, never, no one will serve a man who sold his soul to the demons. And he's like getting ready to attack Nobunaga. Nobunaga gets up and he has like a cape and he's like, you are not worthy. This is crazy as hell, right? So let me see this real quick. So then Nobunaga gets up. His cape then begins to like transform into fucking pure flame as he's screaming out in like pain or agony, I guess. And then he begins to fucking transform into like this huge ass fucking demon. There's like an eye on his leg, there's an eye on his chest, and there's like fucking 2 more eyes on his like shoulders with spikes. You can see that he has like huge ass wings, and he literally became a fucking massive demon in front of our ass, holding a big ass blade. He literally became a demon in front of Jubei. So this is absolutely fucking crazy. Like, this is absolute. I would be fucking afraid as hell, bro. If I saw that shit go down, I'd actually be shitting bricks. So we get to fight Nobunaga here. Nobunaga is actually hella hard. He is really tough to fucking beat. I end up using a lot of my consumables here to end up fighting him because I'm near the end of the game. Nobunaga is hard. The moves that he has, he just has a huge ass blade. And during the time you're fighting him, while he's on the ground, you can hit him a couple times. And then he'll end up flying up to the sky and end up using like a different array of abilities. You can't really attack him. You have to wait for him to get on ground to attack him. He'll end up shooting lightning at you. He'll end up like doing this barrel roll attack towards you. He has a whole bunch of different attacks, and his blade will change color depending on the attack that he's actually gonna do. So he'll have like a whirlwind attack. He essentially just has a whole bunch of different blade types he can end up using. He has like this red blade. He'll end up shooting like an enchanted like red beam at you. As you piece him apart, he'll end up like recuperating in the middle of the room here, and he'll end up like shoving his blade in this like shrine in the podium right here. He'll end up shoving his blade in this podium. He'll end up charging something. He'll either end up charging himself or he'll end up charging the machine. I'm not really sure what he's charging, but he's like in this position here where he's kind of doing something, charging either himself or charging the machine. You can't really hit him here, but he ends up like resetting everything, and then we have to end up like fighting him again. He was pretty damn tough. Took me a while to beat this dude. Him and Gogun Fats are pretty damn hard because they just have a lot of fucking HP. We count how many times I died to Nobunaga, and then we'll see what happens.
I must believe in the Oni. It will guide me! Faith, charity, respect, honesty, strength!
So you can see that like once Nobunaga falls, we see like Jubei ends up looking behind himself and he sees Nobunaga on the ground. Nobunaga starts twitching, all his eyes start closing, and all his eyes end up just shooting inside the mouth of this shrine. And he goes, "You will die." We hear like an elephant kind of scream, and you see like a trunk come out from the shrine. The floor ends up trying to like consume or tangle Jubei. And Jubei's like, he's getting trapped. The floor becomes alive, starts to move and become like worms. End up trying to attack Jubei, ends up surrounding him, suffocating him. And then we have this scene where there's like this huge black thing in the middle of the screen, and Jubei ends up coming flying right out of it. He ends up hitting like a floor of some sort. The screen is kind of turned upside down, and then we get to see that Jubei is like in this different plane of existence. with this machine or this shrine. And we're literally like in a different plane of existence with like this pitch black planet in the sky. It looks like to be like an eclipse, maybe like blocking out the sun, I guess. And Jubei's here in front of this like machine or this shrine. And then Jubei is like, I must believe in the One. He like closes his fist and grips his fist, and he's like, it will guide me. And he like shows the palm to the camera. Light starts beaming out of his palm, and like all the orbs end up flying from Jubei. And he's like, fate, charity, respect, honesty, strength. So all the orbs end up like flying right back into Jubei. A huge ass shockwave then emits from him, and then we see like the symbol on the ground, and then Jubei begins to transform into a demon himself. Grows out horns, and he's literally transformed into like this different being. He ends up shooting like a beam of light out of his fucking arm. It looks like he has like a cannon on his right arm. So Jubei is transformed into like this being, right? Like he's like ascended into like this Onimusha mode, right? The Onimusha mode. So now Jubei's like permanently in this this mode, fighting this boss. So now we have to fight Nobunaga as Jubei in this mode, in this like powered up mode. You have to dodge Nobunaga's attacks, and you have to shoot sections of Nobunaga to like dismantle the machinery. Nobunaga, he just shoots fireballs, shoots lasers. Yeah, once you're done taking apart some of the armor, or you're done destroying a part of Nobunaga, he'll end up like chasing Jubei, and you have to end up just running and trying to get away from Nobunaga attacking you. This fight wasn't really that hard. It just kind of like, you just have to piece apart Nobunaga. You had to destroy his like his legs, his arms. Then he has this another move here where he like summons like rocks from underneath the ground that you have to kind of dodge as well. And then he also summons like these masks that end up following you that you kind of have to dodge, that emit gas and that can kind of kill you. So as you're like shooting Nobunaga, you have to like dodge these fucking masks that are coming at you and trying to either attack you or shoot gas in front of you. Let me count all the deaths real quick and see how many times I actually died. As Nobunaga gets destroyed, a bunch of electricity comes kind of out of his body, comes out of the machinery, and the machine just kind of ends up exploding. We see like bits of it explode outward, and then we see like Nobunaga's face in the eclipse of like the sun, I guess, and he says, "Curse you, Jubei. You cannot defeat me." We see Jubei as like the Onimusha being. Nobunaga's like, "I will rise again." We start to see the whole world kind of collapse on itself. The eclipse, or the black planet, ends up kind of coming towards Jubei with Nobunaga's face on it, and it ends up kind of like spirit attacking like Jubei. And then the next scene right after is Jubei just running, right, in the dark. He's like running in the dark. And then we get to see the moon in the background, the two towers, the demon tower collapsing on itself. And then Jubei just ends up booking it with the full moon in the background, holding on to his sword.
Jubei.
Or you.
We got this scene of the sun reflecting off a pool of water with the piano music in the background. We see like the sunset off in the distance behind some mountains and a bunch of like trees. We see Jubei here with the horse on a cliff. Jubei ends up patting the horse, looking off to the distance, and he sees the tower. He sees his woman walk up to the edge of the tower, edge of the balcony. It looks to be Oyu. She's kind of like looking down, and she hears some birds flutter like off to the side. Two birds end up flying off to the distance. She looks up to the birds, and the birds just fly off right into the sunset. Jubei sees the two birds as well. Oyu, you know, she's in this like traditional Japanese gown with her hair down, and she's like looking off into the distance, and she says, Jubei. And Jubei's like, oh, you. And then she kind of holds her chest, and then Jubei kind of like, he kind of makes the horse kind of raise up and do the classic yeehaw thing, you know, like, yeehaw, boy, calm down, boy. Calm the fuck down, boy. And then we have this other shot here where the camera kind of raises above the tower in the forest. And then we get to see this fucking raven laughing with the spirit of Nobunaga into the fucking camera. So Nobunaga's still alive, I guess. Like, I mean, so obviously it's portrayed that Nobunaga is still fucking alive, man. And I guess he's fucking possessing a goddamn raven or something, right? But that's the end of Onimusha 2.